what this heralds really is a new era in spaceflight, a new era in space exploration. We're going to go to the moon, we're going to have a base on the moon, we're going to send people to Mars and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about.
He's doing so many different things at the same time. It's almost impossible.
In fact, he measures pretty much every major decision by whether or not it brings the day when we have a self-sustainable colony on Mars sooner or later. Wouldn't you want to be a part of that?
Being willing to fail and then fix and then fly, test, fail, fix. It's what enables SpaceX to rapidly iterate and improve.
Three, two, one.
Three, two, one.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Thanks for flying SpaceX.
This is amazing! Look at it! It's horizontal. It is going down. This is it! Oh my god, this is amazing. There's the pad! Come on! Oh!
0.
What about it? Go for launch.
We're go for launch. Looks like it's handled.
Ignition sequence start.
Hey, oh wait. There we go. Hey everybody. Good evening. Thank you for showing up. It's amazing how many people we have here again. There's a little timer ticking in the down here. That is the touchdown timer. It should be precise to the second. So, and that's what we're waiting for. Hey everybody. It's amazing how many people have showed up again. Tell me where you're from. What are your thoughts? What do you think about today? Do you think Perseverance will do the landing? What keeps you busy? I've been reading the whole day basically. There you go. Amazing. And it's the whole planet again. It's so cool. It is from everywhere. Hello, Y family. It's really, really good to have you here tonight. We have a hashtag again. Oh my God, the chat is racing. It's so nice to have you all here. It seriously is so nice to have you all here. And it's so cool to see that there's such a big interest in Perseverance. I watched Curiosity live in 2011 and it was pretty amazing. And if we get the same thing tonight, it's definitely worth it to watch with us. There we go. It doesn't stop. It's hard to read this. There's people from Texas. I hope you have your power back again. I've been talking to Cosmic Perspective and a few others who are down there local right now, and there was trouble with the power grid. So much trouble after the cold front that swept in, and we've got it all. Munich, Hamburg, hello, Portugal, Ireland, amazing, and it doesn't stop. It's so cool, and it's another testament for how nice the space community is. It's people from all over the planet. Well, of course it is, because we're as humanity again tonight landing on Mars. Thanks to NASA and to the United States. It's an absolutely awesome rover again. We're going to be talking a lot about that once the jet is... Wow, it's still racing. Luxembourg, Bangladesh, Florida. I'm going to be a Floridian soon, and I can't wait for that to happen. Sri Lanka, very, very nice. Israel, Berlin. Very, very cool. All right, so we have a hashtag going again tonight. For those who have watched live streams at What About It before, you know the drill. If you tweet with that hashtag up here in the corner, your tweets will be picked up by the system, and of course it's curated again, so don't send anything nasty or rude. I've said this so many times on live streams, but normally there's just nice stuff coming in, and we'll start showing that as long as we can. As soon as NASA has something important to say, of course, we're going to take that down. So make it quick, fill up the pipeline, and get your tweets out. And yeah, it's so cool to have you all here again. Let me just check something real quick. My moderators are talking to me here. It should be go though. Give me a second. Maybe. Oh yeah, I know the problem. I'm fixing it. There it is. There we go. All right, let me make this a little smaller so you can actually see me, and I can scoot over here a little bit. Actually, this way. All right, there we go. We're set, and we're waiting for Perseverance tonight to land on Mars, which is a historic moment, and it hasn't happened too many times before, and it's a insanely difficult task to achieve as well, but NASA and the United States have a very, very good track record on that, so chances are high that it's going to touch down tonight. There is a complete timeline that I took the time to actually go down to the second when things should be happening. That is in the description of the video. So if you look into there, you'll see all the events, or 90% of the events leading up to the touchdown in the description, and it's down to the second. It's of course it's a little variable in there because the terrain relative navigation can take a certain amount of time to actually lock down on the landing site and stuff like that. But we're going to go into that in detail soon. What is that? That's from Aaron, but what is it? Is it one of the sample tubes? Kind of looks like it. Yeah, so there you go. Tweets demonstrated successfully. If you have anything to show, if you have anything to say tonight, if you want people that are watching the stream to see what you're thinking about, that is your chance. There you go. Okay, so let me start with a little basic talk about Perseverance tonight. For those who might not have all the details, I'm a huge Starship expert, but I don't have that much knowledge about Perseverance. I've been reading into it for months now, but there might be questions that I can't answer tonight. If you have questions, send them in and I'll try to answer them. Of course, same thing as always. I think tonight you can even tag me, because one of my moderators is actually also linked to my account tonight. So that should be possible. Send me a question and I'll try to answer them as long as NASA isn't live and as long as NASA doesn't do anything nice. They are going to go online in 69 minutes from now, so we have a little time to kill tonight. And so first of all, I'm going to start with a little overview about Perseverance. It is largely the same rover that we sent to Mars already in the form of Curiosity. But it's doing a few things differently. It has the same landing system, the famous sky crane that is going to lower it down to the surface. It has the same measurements. It has roughly the same weight. It's a little bit more, but not too much. But it has very, very different science instruments. Where Curiosity's main goal was to see if life could have ever existed on Mars. Perseverance is actually going to see if there is life on Mars, and that's why they picked Jezero Crater, because that's it was filled up with water, presumably several times in the Martian history. 3.5 billion years ago, it was a lush and nice lake, and there was a river going into. Let me see if I can bring up my. I have this interactive NASA map here. There you go. Look at this. This is my browser, and this is an interactive map of where Perseverance is going to land. So this is Jezero Crater, and this is a delta from an old river, Neratva Vallis, that is going in here. And it was a river that flowed in. So you have to imagine this as a huge lake back in the days, 3.5 billion years ago. It was filled with water, and there was this river coming in from one side, and as you can see here, it spilled out a so-called delta. That is sediments, sand, stones, and all sorts of stuff that the water carried with it, and it deposited it here in this area. And this is where Perseverance is going to land, so right next to that delta, and that is going to make it a very, very interesting place, because this was standing water. As you can see here, there's another river going out of the crater on this side here, and so it had an inlet and it had an outlet, and inside there was a standing body of water, and that is the perfect place for life to exist. And this delta here might be the perfect place for us to find that life, because over millions of years the sediment built up here, and it encapsulated everything inside. So there was another layer of sand and rock being deposited on top of it. And if there ever was life on Mars, it should be preserved in that delta formation. And that is why we're going there. And now we're going to look at how we're going there. Jet Propulsion Laboratory has released a beautiful animation that I'm just going to show now, that shows you all the details from where we are right now, like in 2 hours and 20 minutes from now is where this video starts, and you'll see Perseverance approach, and then we're going to go through all the details that the landing has to offer and that we're going to witness tonight. So here we go. That's today. Amazing. It's actually happening. I'm so happy about this, and I've been waiting for this for such a long time, and it's so cool to have you all here watching this with us. Amazing. So here it comes. That is the spacecraft itself, with the rover inside behind the heat shield, and here we go. There's the separation of the trunk, so that is all the stuff that is not going to be needed on Mars, which was needed in transit. And now it stops its spin, because it spins while it approaches Mars. While it's in transit, it spins, and that's what just got stopped, because it won't need that for the landing. Then comes the re-entry into the atmosphere. it builds up extreme amounts of heat because it's really, really fast, and that's the point at which recording will start as well. Perseverance will record the whole landing. Now it starts basically, this is the point right before here. Let's see this. You can see the RCS system working on the outside, and that is just because there are turbulences in the Martian atmosphere that the system has to compensate for, so it actually heads for the landing site. So then we have a parachute deployment, and in this, at this point, when you're thinking about parachutes on Earth, when you jump out of an airplane with a parachute on your back and you're sailing down, everything's fine as soon as you deploy your parachute, because you're going to slow down a lot. If you would do the same thing on Mars with your nice parachute, jump out of an airplane and head down to the surface, you would have a very, very unpleasant touchdown on the ground, because the Martian atmosphere is 0.03% or 0.3%, I think. Yeah, 0.3% of the density of the atmosphere on Earth. And so that makes it a very ineffective parachute. It doesn't slow it down nearly as much as it would on Earth, and that is why we need the sky crane, which comes later. So it deploys the parachute, and at this point, as soon as it drops its heat shield, which it should be doing rather soon, sailing nicely down to the surface, slowing down, but not nearly as much as it would on Earth, as I said. Now it's dropping its heat shield, and this is the point where the radar system kicks in, and well, actually, the radar system kicked in earlier because it also is responsible for when the parachute is being deployed, but it kicks in and it measures the distance to the ground. And now we have something new on Perseverance that Curiosity didn't have at all. It's called terrain relative navigation, and that basically means it has cameras on board that are able to process 1 picture per second, I think, and the system compares the images from the camera with an onboard map that is stored and that was taken from orbit, pictures taken from orbit, and it tries to find spots that it can relate to. It's an image recognition system, and as soon as it finds its position by comparing these pictures, it knows where it is, and that's a thing that we haven't had with any other Mars landing before. Normally, it's a rough estimate where the rover or the probe actually lands, and this time they can narrow that down by a lot by actually knowing where the rover is. So it's a fully automated system. It compares these images and finds out where it is, which is an amazing thing. That it works just autonomous, just everything, all the hardware needed for that is in the spacecraft itself, which is really impressive. And then comes the drop. This is the sky crane, which is going to have. I think I had a talk with Kage yesterday. I don't know if he's here tonight, but he said that the sky crane itself has around 401 kilograms of hydrazine on board that it can use to slow down and steer the rover that is hanging under it in this scene. As you can see here, below it is the rover, and this thing on top is the sky crane. And it goes down towards the surface. It knows where it is, and it has these 401 kilograms of hydrazine, and it consumes around 4 kilograms of it per second. So it has a flight time of around 100 seconds, which it doesn't have to completely use, hopefully. And then it goes down towards the surface more and more and more, steers for the landing site, and then it lowers the rover actually down, which is the same system that NASA used for Curiosity, and it worked just fine. See, you can see that it's actually moving away from the dunes here. It finds a nice soft spot to land in, which the recognition system, actually, I've been reading into that as well. It finds high contrast spots and can, if you look here, this is a good landing spot. There's nothing here. It's low contrast. It's all equal color. But if you look up here at these ridges here from the crater, for example, you can see that it's darker, and that is what the image recognition system is looking for. It's looking to avoid dark spots, basically. So it's a rather simple system, which in the end provides exactly what NASA wants. And then about, I think, 20 meters above the surface, the sky crane lowers the rover down. Explosive bolts cut the ropes, I think. And then it flies away and crashes in a safe distance. So it uses the rest of its propellant to just fly away and so it doesn't crash next to the rover, of course. And that's basically it. That's all we're going to see today, or actually that's all NASA is going to do today, because we're not, even though Perseverance is going to record the whole landing. I'm just going to leave this running for a second because the zoom out is really, really nice. Even though Perseverance is not going to record the landing, we're not going to see the landing tonight live, because there's first of all, you have an 11 minutes and 22 second time delay between Earth and Mars right now, which varies largely. I think it goes from 3 minutes to over 20 minutes over the course of a year and over the course of the different positions of Earth and Mars. But right now it's 11 minutes and 22 seconds. There you go, Perseverance. Let me get that big again. So, so first of all, we have that delay. And secondly, Perseverance's data connection towards Earth, of course, isn't 100 Mbits or something like that. So it's rather slow, and it has a few tasks that are far more important than showing us the HD recording of the landing. It's actually really, really busy. While there you go, very, very nice. It's actually, that looks tasty, very good, very tasty. So it has. It has all sorts of tasks to do while it is landing. So even if it was possible, even if the data connection was wide enough, the system would be so busy doing other stuff while it's landing that it wouldn't make any sense to show us that in a live broadcast from Mars. That is sadly not possible. So what we're going to see tonight, hopefully, is first of all, we're going to get the confirmation from NASA that the Perseverance has landed. And secondly, hopefully, soon after, we're going to get at least a rudimentary low-resolution picture or something. So if you were expecting that because I've heard that quite a few times in the community lately, that they're all looking forward to the HD landing footage live from Mars, that is not going to happen. We're going to have that in the next few days. So Perseverance is recording the whole thing with microphones and everything. It's going to be amazing to see. We will see parachute deploy and the whole landing sequence for the first time. Actually, that is going to be wow. I can't wait for that, and you can be very sure that I'm going to have that on the episode, on the next episode. But tonight it's probably just going to be the NASA control room, lots of scientists who are going to talk about Perseverance and stuff like that. So that should be really, really interesting. And then of course those 7 minutes of terror where we don't know what actually happened to the rover. The funny thing about that is, because we have that 11 minutes and 22 seconds delay, the actual 7 minutes of terror will be over at the time that NASA gets the confirmation that the 7 minutes of terror have just started. Again, there's a timeline in the description of this stream where you can see all the down to the second what is going to happen and when. And I even edited a little. This is where the 7 minutes of terror start. Into it. So if you're interested in the seconds into what actually happens when, you can find that in there. All right. And you've already had quite a few questions. Oh, again, all the super chats that come in tonight go into our Move to Florida fund. For those who do not know, our plan right now is to turn the key on August 1st in Florida. We're immigrating to the United States, right next to Kennedy Space Center, obviously because of the channel and because of our hobby that turned into a job, basically. And what's better than sitting right next to it when you're talking about it? So all the super chats that you send in tonight go directly into that, into packing boxes and into getting us a cheeseburger and whatnot. All sorts of things people have already gifted with the super chats. So feel free to do that again tonight, and it's going to be in there. All right. So let me just see if you've already had a few questions here. Very nice. Okay, tell them what. Okay, yeah. Oh, one of my moderators. I have this really, really tiny commercial down here. It's because we're looking for an editor right now. So if you know anybody who knows our channel, preferably, and who thinks he could edit like our current editor does, feel free to send us an email. I'll leave it in there for the rest of the stream, and we'll hopefully find somebody who actually is has the same hobby, that would help a lot. If there's somebody out there who's interested in this stuff as much as we are and who knows how to edit, there it is. Send an email. Thank you. All right. Let me see. Das Zitrone, thank you very much for the super chat. I am so hyped. Let's do this. Hype, hype, hype. Hype! I've read the chat before I went live for, I don't know, an hour or so, and it was amazing to see that there were a few hype trains going on in there, and it's amazing to be a part of the community. So thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for showing up. Alex Jobs, he's actually... Don't you crater. Perseverance, don't you crater. Thank you very much for the super chat. If you've watched the intro of the... There you go, hype train. Hey, let me push my button. I have a little button here that I can push, and it should show something. Let me see if it works. Does it work? It doesn't work. It should be working. Hype. There we go. Yay, my button works. I have a hype button, a dedicated hype button. Can you imagine? So the guy, Alex Jobs, is actually the guy who made the music for the intro. Hype! Who made the music for the intro. The one that plays at the 5-minute countdown marker. If you like the music that was playing there, that is Alex Jobs. Wonderful guy, and I'm happy to have you on the team. Thank you very much. Jonas Bradley, thank you very much for the super chat. Best thing, it can't be aborted. Exactly. There can't be a scrub tonight. It is on its way down to Mars. Let me just check something real quick. If I can find out. Because they sadly took that off the website. I don't know why. Earlier there was this wonderful here is the NASA website, and they have the countdown going and everything. And earlier we were able to see how far away it is and stuff by just scrolling to the right, but that seems to be gone, which is unfortunate. Or it's just me messing up the website or something, but no. All right, it was around 100,000 miles last time I looked, so it is closing in fast, and I can't wait for this to happen. I've got my fingers crossed for NASA that they can actually pull this off again. J-Light, wow, thank you very much for the super chat. That is very, very generous. Thank you very, very much. Good luck with the move. Happy to help. Thank you. That makes it a lot easier. Jonas Bradley, oh yeah, it can't be aborted. No scrub tonight. Robert Alm, thank you very much for the super chat. The Martians today will get a brand new rover. Yeah, hopefully they don't steal it. It would be absolutely fantastic if Perseverance would actually achieve its goal and find evidence of life on Mars. That is the one big question right now surrounding Mars is, has there ever been life? Has it ever been habitable? Even if it's just microbial, it would be a breakthrough that is hard to imagine. The implications would be huge. So that's what it's going for. Curtis Franks, thank you very much for the super chat. Out of focus, but hyped to meet some Martians. I'm hopefully not out of focus. But yeah, happy to meet some Martians. Bazu513, thank you very much for the super chat. Mika Ahola, thank you very much for the super chat. Hype, there we go. Miguel Jimenez, thank you very much for the super chat. Precise moment to see live video from Perseverance. Unknown right now. It all depends on how the landing goes and what kind of tasks NASA can do in what kind of time frame. They have an internal plan, but that is not revealed. So we'll have to wait and see. I hope that we're at least going to get some sort of confirmation picture tonight. That would make my evening for sure. Andy Charger, what about it? Do you know the bandwidth rate that the rover lander can send data back to Earth at? I don't know the precise bandwidth, but it's kilobytes per second, not more. So it is not comparable to anything that we have here on Earth, 100 Mbit and 4K video from Netflix. That will be possible once we have something like Starlink on Mars, because it's all about relaying the signal, and that has very little bandwidth and takes time. So live broadcasts from Mars are still sadly not possible. It should be a few kilobytes per second, not more. David Ashwood, thank you for showing up. Have they used the Skycrane system before? Yes, they have. Curiosity had exactly the same system that Perseverance is using now, with the exception that Curiosity's guidance was just radar, and that's basically it. Everything else was trajectory based. Perseverance now is using terrain relative navigation, meaning, like I said earlier, that it has an image recognition system that compares pictures it takes while it is going down with an internally stored map to find out where it is. And that makes it able to utilize the sky crane much more, because it then actually knows where it is, and it can fly to the spot that it deems to be a safe landing. So that is the improvement for Perseverance. But the sky crane is, as I think, even unchanged. A lot of things on Perseverance are unchanged, and that's for two main reasons. One, you save a lot of money if you use a system that you already have. And secondly, it's proven. And that's hard to get for Mars. You can test just so much on Earth. Landing a rover, you can't really test that on Earth. You can test the vibrations, you can test the heat and the temperature and the environment, but the whole process of landing on Mars is something you can only really test if you do it. And the system that Perseverance is using tonight has been tested by Curiosity, and that is a major benefit. So that's the two reasons why they have done that, why they reuse a lot of the stuff on the rover as well. If you put Perseverance and Curiosity next to each other, you can only tell them apart by looking at their sensors. The arm is different, and a lot of the smaller sensors attached look different visually, but the overall, the chassis, the main components are the same as on Curiosity, because Curiosity has done a fabulous job so far. So with the exception of a few systems, like the wheels, for example, Curiosity's wheels had huge problems, and that's what they changed. So they changed all the things that they found over years of using Curiosity on Mars. They advanced these systems that didn't cope as much, as they didn't perform as well as they wanted them to perform. They changed that on Perseverance, but everything else is a proven system, and that's a good way to go. At least for Mars rovers, it definitely is. Bimmer Jeezer, good evening. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. Thanks for showing up. Felix, my favorite geek, time to move to America. Yep, it's close. It's close. We have so much on the plate right now that I likely won't be releasing an episode tomorrow, because I'm spending today where I normally would be recording and scripting and so on and so forth. I'm spending that time with you people, and I don't regret it at all. But there's so much on our plate right now that you can barely imagine. So thank you very much for helping out. Sam Diaz, thank you very much for the super chat. Hey Felix, I am a video editor. Love your channel and would love to get involved. I will email tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much. Again, there's this little thingy down here. I made it as small as possible, but it's actually really important for us. If you know anybody who can edit and you think they could reproduce what you can see on our channel right now, give them my email address and make them send in an email. I'm waiting for your email. Thank you very much, Sam. Christoph Havenga. We are spoiled with SpaceX and live footage. Yes, thank you for that. It is easy to forget that Mars is so far away. When we see SpaceX launches, we see a live feed from the drone ships where the booster lands. We see feeds from orbit with the upper stage working its way to the intended orbit and deploying the payloads and stuff like that. For Mars, it's really, really far away. It's been traveling millions of miles to get to Mars, and it's been hauling down at crazy speeds, and it still took it so long. So Mars is far away. And since there is not much infrastructure on Mars yet, the data connections are rather slow. And so, yeah, we are spoiled. We are spoiled. But we're going to have an amazing... As soon as Perseverance is transmitting that HD footage from the landing, it's going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait for that to happen in the next few days then. Curtis Franks, thank you very much for the super chat. Listen for code words like Tau Delta. What is that? I'm going to put this into the reminder. If you can elaborate what Tau Delta means, that would be very interesting. Is that a code word for the NASA control room? I've never heard it. Raphael Swit, what is the local time on Mars? I suspect that for the landing camera to detect good contrast it would likely need to be early morning or late afternoon. Exactly, that's what I think too. I don't know exactly if it's dusk or dawn on Mars, but that would make sense, exactly. So you have longer shadows, so you can actually make out details on the ground better when you're flying directly ahead. Yep, so I agree. That's a good one. I haven't even thought about it, but yeah, that is the one logical thing to do. Walter Savinovich, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Antivirus, thank you very much for the super chat. Get a Cuban frita, Cuban kind of hamburger in Little Havana in Miami. I will. Thank you. I'll put that into remember later. Thank you. Glenn Brown, thank you very much for the super chat. Wishing you a smooth move. You rock. Thank you so much. I really, really hope that there's nothing actually happening while we're moving. I have so many thoughts in my brain, in my head right now. It's oof. It's a big list. So thank you. Nicodemo Gravonsky, thank you very much for the super chat. How do you say hype in German? Hype. So we have... Every German says hype, because we know that English word, and there really isn't any German replacement. Maybe Rummel. There is a lot of Rummel around surrounding something, but it doesn't really fit like the word hype. So we actually use hype. We do use hype. There you go. We use a lot of English words in German. Computer, for example. You can say Rechner, but most people say computer. And we even have fake English words. That's a funny thing. This thing in German, the phone, the cell phone, and of course I have a Starship on it, is called handy because you hold it in your hand. But nobody in the United States or in England or wherever where you natively speak English says handy. You don't, but we do. So there are even some fake English words that you don't even really use. Okay, nice. Thank you for applying. Send my resume to your email. Thank you very, very much. That's exactly what this is for. So if you know anybody who can edit, handy. There you go. Yeah, you need a handy. I love the word for it because it's shorter than cell phone or cellular or whatever. So I actually love the term handy, but it doesn't, and it's handy, but it's not used anywhere else. Handy hype. There you go. So thank you for applying. Static Fire Gal. That is amazing. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Nigel Maguire. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi Felix, really enjoy your updates and good luck with the move to Florida. Thank you very much. We're going to need that luck. It's like I said, there's so much organizing behind it. It's amazing. I would have never thought that there's so much stuff to do when you want to immigrate to the United States. Milo Germanos, you can go to the NASA's EYES website for the distance. NASA's EYES website. NASA's EYES website. Let me see. That is the watch online. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, but that is going to... Give me a second. It's loading. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. That is good. Look at this. That's what happens when you send stuff into the live stream. I actually do this. So this is the spacecraft itself, and it's just had a cruise stage separation, but I think that is... Yeah, that is not live. I hope it's not. It can't be. No, it can't be. But this is the distance. But this is not the correct distance then. This is just the descent. Isn't it? Should be. But this looks awesome. Oh, this is beautiful. I love this kind of stuff. All right, so this is what's going to happen tonight. And this is a really, really nice depiction. I didn't even know this one yet. This is amazing. And Jezero Crater is somewhere down there, I guess. This is really, really nice. Very well done. All right, let's... I'm distracted. I'm sorry. Amazing. Very, very nice. Thank you for sending that in. Oh, does it? Okay, so somebody just told me that the German word for this means something nasty in English. I didn't even know. I mean, I didn't even know that. I'm sorry. I didn't want to say anything nasty. There we go. I've done that. Here we go. Okay, Bazu. Bazu513. Thank you very much for the super chat. Jez Aro. Exactly. Jez Aro. It's a word from Eastern Europe, and it means lake. That's what I remember. But I couldn't really pronounce it the right way. That's why I'm just saying Jezero tonight. I'm sorry, but thank you very much for reminding me. Raphael Barcordarian. Will we get to see the footage today? No. I can guarantee you that we're not going to see the HD. Felix, wear the hat. Maybe. We're not going to see the footage tonight. Perseverance is extremely busy with landing on Mars, and the bandwidth is rather low, so we're likely going to see that in the upcoming days. I can't even tell you if we're going to see that tomorrow. NASA will want to make this a quick thing because it's perfect publicity for them. If they have an HD recording of a rover landing on Mars, they want to get that out ASAP, but we'll have to wait and see at which point the scientists say, okay, now you can transmit that video, because for them it's actually not that important. As soon as the rover has touched down successfully, that's that for the entry, descent, and landing team. That's it. The sky crane flies away, and then the rover takes a picture of itself. That is a standard procedure. So it takes a panoramic picture of the rover to see if anything got damaged. But they don't need the landing footage for that. The landing footage is just going to be very, very nice publicity work, basically. I doubt that for the scientists it's actually really important. Maybe a little bit with how the parachute behaves in the atmosphere and things like that, but it's more of a publicity thing for NASA because it's never been done before, and nobody has ever seen a rover land on Mars, a parachute deploy in another planet's atmosphere, and then the sky crane lowering the rover down to the surface. That is going to be amazing. But it's never ever going to happen tonight, and hopefully in the next few days. I hope maybe tomorrow a tidbit or something, but the complete thing will take a few days, I guess. Sadly, I would have loved to have a live feed as well. Watching Y over Starlink from rainy Oregon. Nice. Yeah, I've ordered a Starlink, but I canceled the order again because it said it would be delivered at the end of the year. And at the end of the year, I'm not going to be in Germany again anymore. But I'm definitely going to give it a try in Florida, no matter if I actually need it or not, because I'm so interested in the technology, and I want to take it outside and see if you can actually use it for camping and stuff like that. That is, yeah, there's lots of interesting use cases for Starlink, so happy to have you on board already. Martin Atkinson, thank you very much for the super chat. Martian bingo. Exactly. There you go. For those who are wondering why there's tweets appearing here, it's because of that hashtag up here. If you tweet with that, the system will pick it up, and it's curated, so don't send anything nasty or rude. But if it's nice stuff, what you think about tonight, or funny things like a Martian bingo, send it in and we'll show it. It's our little thank you to the community to give you a way to participate in this. Boris Bayshev. It's usually 50 kilobytes per second, but Opportunity or Curiosity got to 2 Mbits. Don't remember which one. Okay, so that would be really, really fast, but even 2 Mbits would be too slow for an HD video feed. So, and including all the other data that the rover is sending to the control center, to the teams responsible for getting it down safely. So yeah, 50 kilobytes per second sounds good to me. 2 megabytes per second would be amazing, an amazing speed from Mars to Earth. But it could be, definitely, yeah. It's still too slow for an HD video feed though. Alex Jobs, it says 2 megabit up to like with telecom for downlink on the NASA website. Yeah. Exactly. So 2 Mbit, that is actually faster than I thought it would reach. But like I said, again, 2 Mbits is still not enough for a live picture feed from the rover. At least I think so. If NASA can do anything about that, I would be very, very surprised. If we can actually get a video feed of any kind tonight, that would be amazing. But I don't expect it because like 2 Mbits... maybe a very, very low resolution thing. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Bill Sugden, thank you very much for the super chat. Martian atmosphere, too thick to ignore, too thin to be useful for a parachute. Exactly. That sums it up perfectly. Exactly. If you come in at that high speed, it's definitely too thick to ignore because it heats you up like crazy. But it's really when you want to slow down after the re-entry, it doesn't help much. Yeah, you need the sky crane for anything heavy, and Perseverance is heavy, 1,100 kilograms, I think. So it's actually comparable to a car by size as well. It's 3 meters long, 2.5 meters wide or so. It's rather large. Most people when they think about a Mars rover, they think something like a meter or so, maybe 2 or 3 feet long or something. Spirit and Opportunity actually were that kind of Mars rover. They were rather small, but Curiosity and Perseverance are full-size rovers. They are huge. So that's why they use that sky crane. Mod Eshar Plays, thank you very much for the super chat. I have a Duna mission underway in Kerbal Space Program inspired by Soviet Mars 3. It uses a similar sky crane that places the lander down and then flies off to crash. Wow, that is an amazing feat. Do you program in Kerbal Space Program? I've talked to Marcus House before. Plenty of people might know him here. He has a wonderful YouTube channel covering space, very similar to mine actually. And he's done Kerbal Space Program before he started doing what he's doing now on YouTube. And he's told me a lot of things about how he achieved these complex missions in Kerbal Space Program. He actually programmed code to make with mods to make the spacecrafts do what they are supposed to do. It's amazing what you can do in Kerbal Space Program. Lovely program. Caleb Flores, thank you very much for the super chat. I'm so excited. I signed up to have my name on the rover, so I hope it lands okay. Yep, same here. My name's on it. My wife's name is on it. My 3 children's names are on it. So yeah, I love that NASA does that for all sorts of missions. I think this is the 4th mission or so that I have my name on, and it's a really, really nice thing. Yep, name's on it. Eva Maria Dyson, thank you very much for the super chat. Hallo Felix, die Eifel wartet auch. Hier sind ein paar Cheeseburger für dich und die Familie. Viel Spaß in den USA und viele Grüße aus Kaisersesch. Okay, that is around the corner. So she said, hello Felix, the Eifel, that is the area that we live in, is waiting as well. Here are a few cheeseburgers for you and the family. Have fun in the United States and greetings from Kaisersesch. Thank you very, very much. That is much appreciated. Jeffrey Fraug, thank you very much for the super chat. Welcome to Florida, Felix and family. A great addition to our state. We'll make sure to roll out the welcoming committee when you get here. I can teach you to enjoy American football. Go Dolphins. I've been to a few American football games already. I've got family in the United States. I have a sister in Wisconsin and a brother in upstate New York. And so I've been there many times, and we've been thinking about moving to the United States a few times now. And so now it's just the time is right, and there's so many people helping us with this. Thank you very much. So that is actually possible. Felix moving to Florida, his fans. There we go, exactly. We're definitely going to have a meetup in Florida as soon as everything's settled in the house. We're going to organize a meetup, and I'm going to widely publish it. And then we're going to have a party with 500 people or so, hopefully. So look forward to that. Thank you very, very much for the help. L Motorsport Fan. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm a motorsport fan myself, by the way. What type of technology would it take for Perseverance to delay stream its approach? Would it need a laser comms link, or is even that not enough bandwidth? The problem with the laser comm while it is entering the atmosphere is it's shaking. Laser communication only works good if both the sender and the receiver are still, or at least still as possible. So that wouldn't work from a re-entry while it's re-entering. And while it is re-entering the atmosphere, you won't have any radio contact anyway, because we have a plasma buildup. It ionizes the atmosphere around the spacecraft, and that basically what you can hear. I still have that awesome animation up here that that somebody sent me, and you can see exactly what's happening here. And while this is happening, there's not going to be any radio communication with Perseverance anyway. So an uninterrupted live feed wouldn't be possible anyway. It's the same thing as with the space shuttle back in the days, or any other spacecraft that re-enters the atmosphere. You have comms down for a certain amount of time. So yeah. Even the laser wouldn't work there. But thank you very, very much for the super chat. It's a good question. John Doe, thank you very much for the super chat. eyes.nasa.gov. Exactly. That is where I'm at. Has the live telemetry simulation you were looking for? I didn't find the live telemetry simulation. Yeah, at least not live though. I see all sorts of stuff here, which is super interesting, but I don't. Give me a second. Nope. It's a pre-landing simulation. It's an awesome simulation, but it doesn't really... what is this? Did I just restart the animation, or is this live now? 9:40. Nope, that's not live. No, I can find the live button for it, but that doesn't really matter. We're going to hopefully NASA is going to provide us with a flood of animations. I'm pretty sure about that. This is a big event, and it's so amazing to see that there are so many people interested in it again. It's just amazing how much interest is in the public for space events. That is unprecedented. We've had that with Apollo back in the days, and then it fell into some sort of slumber. And I think a fair amount of the new interest comes from companies like SpaceX, because they are actually trying new things, and that gives so much renewed interest in the public. It's amazing. It's really, really cool. Philip Janus, thank you very much for the super chat. Jetzero, just like you'd pronounce it in German. Jetzero crater. Okay, so there we go. Thank you. Starman Steve, hey, thanks for showing up again. Thank you for the super chat. Danke Felix and Y Team, love the stream. Can you take some time to comment on the last Falcon 9 booster failure to land? Do we know why? So I've looked into it, and there are some nice simulations of thrust curves, so how much thrust the booster applied at what point of the landing, and it all looks off. That's all I can say though, because I think there hasn't been any official news from SpaceX why it actually happened, but it started early on, so there must have been a partial engine failure or something like that. It didn't have enough thrust, and it was something we've seen before. If the booster thinks it won't make the landing, it steers away from the barge and saves the ship, and so that's why it crashed into the water. But Jetzero, it sounds Japanese if I say it. Jetzero crater. Yeah, it's definitely not Jezero like everybody says, but that's it's just the English way of saying it. Exactly. So I'm reading the chat a little bit, right? Jeff, thank you very much for becoming a member. If you want to do what Jeff did, you get access to our Discord server, which is behind a paywall, because it keeps out all the trolls and it works flawlessly. So if you spend that $1 per month and you become a member, you can get instant access to our Discord server, where there's a watch party going on again, and you get ad-free releases of all the episodes, so without any ads in it and stuff like that. So I always try to make it worth your money. And all the money from the super chats, as well as from members right now, goes into moving to Florida, and a little bit of equipment. Like recently, I for example bought this awesome Stream Deck here, if it focuses a little bit, and it even has a hype key on it, and the hype key is right there. If I push that button, it says hype in the chat. And of course I can control all sorts of scenes with it and things like that. For example, if I want to yeah, I can switch through all the scenes and stuff like. And I bought this with Patreon and YouTube member money, so that's where all this money goes to. There you go. I started a hype train, moderators. I'm sorry about this. So that's what I spend the money on. It all goes into the studio. So yeah, that's all I can say about the Falcon 9 landing failure. I haven't seen anything. Hype! Chat is going crazy. I can't wait for Perseverance to land. This is going to be so amazing tonight. Okay, so yeah, like I said, I don't know much about why the hype train even has a tweet. There we go. We got it racing. Very nice. Thank you all for showing up. John Doe, thank you very much for the super chat. Live simulation on eyes for Perseverance available if you Google. Would put link in if I could. Thanks for your stream. Yeah, I'm already on the page, but I seem to find the. Give me a second. I'm just gonna try this again. Everybody says it's there, but I can't find it. Not the. Maybe this one. Give me a second. Nope. That is curiosity. That is very interesting as well, though. I really have to look into this website. So I'm just looking through curiosity here, which is wrong. I can't find the live simulation. I can find all sorts of things, but this definitely isn't live. It says 9:38 p.m., which isn't live. This is when it starts. This is when everything starts. Yep, there you go. I can't find it. I'm sorry. Miguel Pinero. How are your kids doing with English? We're teaching, and they know a few words, but we are preparing them to not be completely lost. But I think they are fast learners, and they'll learn at school. We're going to have a separate teacher that is going to teach them English, and we're going to drop them in basically, so they have no other choice but to talk English, and that helps the best normally. We're going to help them as much as we can, of course, but here in Germany they learn a few things. They know they can say, hello, my name is Victor, I am 8 years old, and I'm from Germany, and all that kind of stuff, and they're very much looking forward to it, but it's going to take some time until they actually speak English, but we're gonna get there. P100, there is still 15 minutes delay, so they will communicate using sequences, right? There's 11 minutes and 22 seconds of delay between Earth and the Mars the Mars rover, and everything is automated. So as soon as they're on the ground, they are going to start communicating with it again. But everything while it is descending through the atmosphere, because that is just roughly 10 minutes. Actually just 7 minutes if you count from entering thicker parts of the atmosphere. It's 7 minutes. That wouldn't be enough for the 11 minutes and 22 seconds delay. So everything is automated. It'll just report back as soon as it's landed and tell them that it's still alive. That is how this is going to work tonight. And that's why it's called 7 Minutes of Terror, because they can't really do anything about it. Okay, give me a second. I just got a link. Ta-da! Thank you. Okay, give me a second. I'm just going to move this over here, and then we can, at least as long as NASA isn't live yet, and they are going to be live in 22 minutes, which is a little bit off. Still, we're going to look at this. This is amazing. All right, give me a second. Okay. Yeah, that looks live. Okay. So here we are. This is Perseverance on its approach to Mars, and that's where it's at right now. And as you can see, you can beautifully see that spin that I was talking about, that it has to be taken away, of course, before landing, and that's why it does a de-spin maneuver right before it enters the atmosphere. This is amazing, but I still can't 127 distance from Earth. Distance to Mars, 0.01 million miles. Okay, that would have been better if they would have said something other than that. It doesn't change if I click kilometers. It's 7,000 miles per hour fast right now, 11,500 kilometers per hour, which is amazing. A 0.02 million kilometers. That is not a very accurate measurement. It should be somewhere around 80, maybe 70,000 kilometers away from the landing site right now. It should be. Yep. You can rotate the view, and you can. This is beautiful. It's so nice what NASA is providing us with all these animations and live feeds, and it's much more than what we had with Curiosity back in the days. I'm going to send a link to this website into the chat, so you can go there yourself if you want to, because there you go. That is the direct link to that website. And then you can try out yourself. This is really nice because it should be live. And this right now says 7:55 p.m. on the. Is this on the landing site, or where is this time taken? Oh no, that's our time. Of course, 7:55. Yep. So this is live. It would be nice if we could see the trajectory of that the spacecraft is going to. That is just the approach vector. It would be nice if we could see a continuous line, because then we could spot Perseverance landing site. There it is. Let me just zoom in on that if I can. I can't. Oh yeah, I can. I can. Okay, so right now at the Perseverance landing site, if this is correct, we're at daytime. And when it's landing, it should be approaching evening. So we're not going to land in the morning, we're going to land in the evening, as it seems. That is really cool. And how do I find my way back to the rover now? Mars 2020, there it is, but I can't. There you go. This is nice. All right, I'm sorry, I'm backtracking again. I'm trying to answer a few more questions for you people. So thank you very much for sending that in. I'm just going to put this over here. And what is this? Yep, this is the simulation. Yep, okay, perfect. So I'm going to put this over here as well. William Pacheco, thank you very much for the super chat. Hello from Queva Pueblo, New Mexico, near Los Alamos. Hope we can get to Matt Damon time. Yeah, exactly. We're going to science the shit out of it. And we're hopefully going to land a rover on Mars tonight. Yeah, and you can't see the tweets. Give me a second. I'm just going to change this here for... That's it. There's so much stuff to do when you're live streaming, so it should be visible now. Isn't, though. There you go. Ha! We got tweets. All right, nice. All right. Yeah, fingers crossed that it's actually landing tonight. That would be amazing. General Sam, sorry, I just realized that Boca Chica is in Florida. That will be awesome to see Felix's photo with Starship. Derek Eschels, what is the website for the simulation of the rover? There is a Boca Chica in Florida, but the Boca Chica where they are building Starships right now is in Texas. It's all the way at the Mexican border, actually, at the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. I've been there before, and it's amazing. If you have any chance of getting down to Boca Chica to see SpaceX do their work, it is definitely worth it. It is definitely worth it. It's a wonderland for anybody who's interested in early prototyping and in an absolutely awesome project that might get us humans to Mars. Last Guerrilla, thank you very much for the super chat. Alkis, oh my God, Haji Nicolau, thank you very much for the super chat. That looks. I don't even know where this name comes from. When is the copter taking flight? I am not too sure, but I can tell you a little bit more about Ingenuity. That is the name of that little helicopter that Perseverance is carrying under its belly, basically. It's under the chassis of the rover attached. And it's a 1.5 kilogram heavy helicopter. So it's really, really lightweight. Has two huge rotors on top because the Martian atmosphere is very thin, so it has to spin up to 2,500 RPM, I think. Thank you, Kage. Yesterday I talked about it with him, And it's a demonstrator. It just is supposed to show that we can have flying autonomous drones on Mars, helping rovers or doing science and performing missions. So that's its mission, is not to take beautiful pictures or actually assist in tasks. Its main mission is to just demonstrate that you can do this, basically. And it's going to perform. I think it's got 5 flights listed in its mission record. The first flight is just going to be hop up and go down again to demonstrate that you can fly and don't damage yourself. And then from there on, they're going to do a few more experiments. And hopefully, if it's something like most of the equipment that NASA lands on Mars, they have an estimated lifetime of 6 months, and then they work for 15 years. So maybe we're going to get more out of Ingenuity, because it's got a camera on board and it can take pictures from the air, and you've never seen anything like it on Mars. So if it works out, and if it works as planned, we might see it be operational for longer. We'll have to wait and see about that, though. I don't know for when that first flight is going to be is scheduled, but it's going to work like this. So Perseverance is going to drive on the ground. It's going to drop Ingenuity to the ground from under the rover, and then it's just going to drive 10 meters away, so it's outside the hazard zone if something goes wrong. And then Ingenuity is just going to fly up, take a picture, fly back down, and that's it. That's all it's supposed to do. So it's a demonstrator, and we'll have to wait and see how it actually works. If it does work, they can use it for more stuff. But when that first flight is scheduled, I don't know. It might already be scheduled, but I really don't know when that is supposed to be. Let me just check real quick if it's another 14 minutes to go. So here we go. Let's do a few more questions. Alfred GGY guy, thank you very much for the super chat. Good luck in the USA. You rock, and I enjoy your show every time. Thank you very, very much. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet. It is really, really important for us content creators. So push that like button if you like what we're doing. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We release 2 episodes per week, if it's not a crazy week like we have this week. And you get a lot of stuff back when you get into the community as a member, because you get access to the Discord, and you get access to ad-free releases, and you get a chance to talk to me on the Discord, because I'm on there basically every day. So we have David W. Why Florida? Yeah, exactly. Why Florida? Because it's right next to Kennedy Space Center. And Kennedy Space Center is the center of the world when it comes to spaceflight. There are all sorts of nations do stuff, of course, and it's all absolutely fantastic. And I hope that many more nations will strive to send something to space. But there's really nothing like what the USA is doing right now with SpaceX, with Blue Origin ramping up, with ULA sending the Vulcan rocket up hopefully this year. We have a date for Starliner now. I think it's April 2nd. We have so there's so much activity at Kennedy Space Center. It's amazing, and it's my greatest hobby. And living right next to it will be very, very interesting for me, to say the least. And that's why we're going to Florida. We could have gone to Texas, and I was thinking about it. But we're at least going to be much closer to Texas. So you'll see me in Boca Chica much more often. I actually already have offers from people who say you can use my apartment when you're down here and stuff like that, which I might come back to, actually. And so yeah, it's for us, it's the right time to do it, and we're very, very much looking forward to it. Why Florida? Maybe would be a cool t-shirt. Tonight consists of family, food, Mars, and Felix Lang. So thank you for tuning in. If you're wondering why the tweets are covering my camera right now, it's because people have been sending in tweets. There's a hashtag up in the corner. Let me make my picture bigger again here for a moment. There's a hashtag up in that corner. If you tweet with it, the system will pick it up. Our moderators do curate it, so don't send anything nasty or rude. And it's our little thank you to everybody who's joining tonight, so you can actually participate and make everybody see what you're thinking about. And that is currently whopping 11,000 people. So take your chance and send something in, and we'll show it. Flapstrap. Exactly. Stuff like that. You got me. Thank you very much. Yep, Christoph Havengar, thank you very much for the super chat. NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory 360-degree cam in control room live in 30 minutes. Yeah, so they have a 360-degree camera in the control room, and that should be very, very interesting as well. I'm probably going to watch the official NASA live stream, and that probably won't be the 360 camera, at least I think so. But yeah, you have so much tonight that you can watch. NASA is doing a fantastic job of showing us Perseverance in all its details with so many things. I mean, there's a lot of work in this kind of stuff, and they've done a fantastic job with it. It's beautiful. Charles Scott, thank you for the super chat. Let's give this live stream a like. Felix and the Y team deserve it. Thank you very much, and I think we do too. There's a lot of work involved in this kind of stuff, and it's fantastic that so many people have showed up again. P100, what do you play on Steam? Right now, I'm actually playing Cyberpunk. Elon tweeted that he thinks that all the people who hate on the game right now are wrong, and I can actually agree with it. I haven't seen any bugs so far. There have been tons of people saying that it's full of bugs and it's not interesting, and I'm enjoying it very much. Other than that, I play a lot of Flight Simulator. I play Among Us with the Discord family. We play Jackbox, if you know that. That is a really, really nice collection of all sorts of mini games that one person just needs to have Jackbox and everybody can participate. So we do that on the Discord rather frequently, and we're thinking about actually making it a recurring thing. That would be really cool. So that's just a few things that I play on Steam, but I don't unfortunately have that much time to play on Steam. I played much more back in the days before I started the YouTube channel, that is for sure. Orkborg, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome. Thank you for tuning in. And we have a cat being relaxed, waiting for me and my Scottish fold Enzo chilling for Perseverance. There you go. Nice cat pictures. Evo SB, thank you very much for the super chat. How long before an expanded network is set up around Mars? 10 to 15 satellites, full internet network, space station, etc. Okay, so there is I even posted that on our Discord a few days ago. There is actually something in the terms of use for Starlink that says that all the participants in the communication between Mars and Earth, and while starships are in transit, agree that Mars is a free place and that it should be governed by an entity on Mars or something like that. So SpaceX is definitely already including that into their terms of use on Starlink. So my guess is that one of the earlier starships that fly to Mars, if they actually make it, will deploy Starlink satellites around Mars. It's the one thing that makes a lot of sense. And if you have even just one stack of Starlink satellites, 60 of them, in the right place, would give the people on the ground, because it's not going to be completely populated right from the beginning. It's just going to be in a very small spot. And 60 of those satellites would be enough to provide communication and everything they would need. And positioning system would even be able, through a Starlink satellite network, not as much as a GPS system, but it would give them an advantage, and that's really, really important in the beginning. So my guess is that Starlink is going to do that job. Buffalo Pilot, thank you very much for the super chat. Awesome channel, Felix, you rock. Thank you very, very much for the help for getting us to Florida. Tibe, why does it spin? Okay, it's the same thing as with a dart arrow. Something that spins has a more stable trajectory. Something that spins is easier to control on a straight line, and that's why most spacecrafts, when they go through space, spin. That's one of the reasons. There's another reason, though, which is temperature management, thermal management, because in space, on one side of the spacecraft you have minus 150 degrees, and on the other side you have plus 150 degrees. So if you wouldn't spin it, it would be really toasty on one side and would get really, really cold on the other. So to average the temperature, you spin the spacecraft to have it heated up equally on all sides, basically. And there's my daughter. Helena, du sollst hier nicht reinkommen. Geh runter. She's so eager to get in front of the camera. Ich hab dich lieb, bis später. Geh. Los. That's my daughter. She comes in every time. I can't keep her. So that is the reason why they spin the spacecraft. And they, of course, have to get rid of that spin before they enter the atmosphere. Yeah, there she is. They have to get rid of that spin when they enter the atmosphere to keep their trajectory while they're re-entering. You don't want it to be spinning. So that is the whole reason behind that. And there you go. There's the TV with the stream running. Thank you for sending it in with the hype train. That was an hour ago or so. Do we have that big of a line again with the tweets? Keep sending them in. We'll definitely, after the landing has concluded and NASA doesn't have to say anything anymore, we're going to stream a little longer to reflect on what's happened, and then we're going to keep showing the streams, the tweets. So keep sending them in. And we have another 5 minutes until NASA goes online, and I'm really, really curious to see what they have prepared for us today. Philip C. Sandoval. I love Felix because you are amazing, and I always say amazing also. Yeah, I say amazing a lot. Thank you. My guy Steven, thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, just sent you an email regarding the editing position. Look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very, very much. That is that small, what he's talking about is that small commercial down here. We're actually we're hiring, we're looking for a new editor. And if you know anyone who you think could reproduce what we're doing on the channel, give them the email address and make them send in an application. There you go. Christoph Havengar. I followed that animation all the way to landing yesterday. Really cool. Okay, yeah, I haven't done that yet. I'm pretty sure NASA is going to show us something similar, though, because they want to show us pictures of what's happening right now. And so we're going to see a very similar animation in the NASA stream, I'm guessing. Mike, thank you very much for being here tonight, for moderating, for being the heart of the community, and for sending in the super chat. You rock. The hat is for Starship. What is our lucky charm for Percy? I don't know, actually. I have thought about all sorts of stuff. I'm not too sure. I couldn't come up with anything cool. I have lots of mascots here, not just the hat. I have this 0G indicator here from, I think it was Crew 1? I think it was Crew 1. I have all sorts of space geek stuff around me, so all of that should give Perseverance some luck, I hope. I don't have a Perseverance head, though. Tonushi, thank you very much for the super chat. The helicopter will be the first thing to ever take off from the Martian surface, as far as we can tell thus far. Exactly. It's going to be the first propelled spacecraft in another planet's atmosphere. That's never been done before. Normally, anything we send to Mars has landed there and never got off the surface again. And Ingenuity is going to land, and it's going to get off the surface again. And that's what it's supposed to demonstrate. Can a drone fly safely with a helicopter-style drone fly safely in the Martian atmosphere? That is going to be really important also if we want to colonize Mars, because if we know that this tech works, we can work towards it. There you go. Hey, Mike and Jama. If we know that technology works, we can start building drones that would help build a base on Mars, because there's nothing better than a flying drone if you want to survey something, if you want to get a positioning of something. It's really, really important. So if we can manage to do that, it would be a leap for any colonization efforts as well. The Tokuin, thank you very much for the super chat. Felix, can you explain the vehicle's relative velocity to Mars? When I do a transfer orbit in Kerbal Space Program, relative velocity tends to be pretty low on arrival. I think Perseverance overtook Mars on approach, and then it slowed down, and Mars is catching up with it. I think that's how this is working for tonight. But I'm not a genius with orbital mechanics. I know my fair share, but I couldn't tell you the relative velocity. I think it went past Mars, and now it caught up, and Mars caught up with it again. I think that's how the orbit worked on this approach. And I'm pretty sure plenty of people are going to tell me that I'm wrong if I was. But I think that's the way it works tonight. But I couldn't tell you anything specific about the relative velocity numbers. Call Scott Manley and ask him. Exactly. That he's the kind of guy who knows all this kind of stuff. It's amazing how much knowledge he has about seemingly anything. Axis 293, thank you very much for the super chat. That's much appreciated. Jeffrey Martin, thank you for the generous tip. What % chance of success do you predict? 95. Curiosity has already done it and had no problem at all touching down on Mars, and Perseverance is just an improvement of Curiosity when it comes to the landing. The reason why they have improved is because, let me bring that up again for those who might have come in later. I have this really, really nice, where do I have it now though? This is a map of Jezero crater. I hope I said it correctly. This is the crater itself, and 3.5 billion years ago it was filled with water, and it flowed in through this little river here, and it flowed out through this little river here on the other side. And since it was a standing body of water, it must have been the perfect place for life to exist on Mars, if there ever was any life. Hallo Helena, ich bin hier am Stream. Du musst jetzt nochmal runtergehen. Dann geh doch bitte nochmal runter. Geh bitte nochmal runter, Helena. Ich mein's ernst. Hopp, hopp. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Helena, geh runter. Los. Papa, doch, Helena, ich mein's ernst. Das ist kein Kinderspiel.
Ich will mit im Stream sein.
Aber das geht nicht, Helena. Geh bitte wieder runter. I'm sorry, everybody. That was Helena. Maybe my wife could do something about that. No, I'm not gone. I'm here. So I was just talking about Jezero crater, or Jezero crater, when my daughter just came in. So 3.5 billion years ago, this whole thing was filled with water, and it was a standing body of water, and that is perfect for life to thrive if it ever existed on Mars. There is a good chance, and the chat is racing with the daughter. NASA is life. NASA is life. Yeah, here we go. That is really cool. Okay, so first of all, we get the animation. Let me just put on my headphones here, so I can actually hear something.
Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. We are gearing up for NASA's Perseverance rover to touch down on Mars. Happening in an hour and a half from now, the rover will attempt to land in Jezero crater. It is the most difficult landing site on Mars ever attempted.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us. I'm your host, Raquel Villanueva. In the past, mission team members gathered in our mission control for landings. But this time around, we have COVID safety measures in place. Today's landing will look a little different than what you've seen before. I am in a room by myself, and so is my co-host. Here in the Spaceflight Operations Facility, team members are in different parts of this building. Some are in mission control, others are upstairs for landing operations. We also have isolated rooms for our guests on this show. In total, we have 8 locations covered by 14 robotic cameras that you will be seeing.
Okay, give me a second. I'm just going to turn this down real quick again and put her on the other monitor, because they are right now just talking about how they present this tonight. So let me put this over here, and I'll put it back up.
Spacecraft phone home to us from across the solar system and interstellar space.
Actually, it might be interesting. Give me a second.
Tracking Perseverance since it left Earth, and are lots of ways you can watch landing today. We have a 360-degree camera inside the control room. It lets you experience the landing right along with the team while seeing this broadcast. We also have the clean feed. It shows an uninterrupted view of mission control and audio. También tenemos un programa en español. To tell us about it is host Diana Trujillo, who also works on the mission.
Thank you, Raquel. We're so excited to be the sister live broadcast in Spanish. Sintonízate nuestro programa en las redes sociales de Twitter, YouTube y Facebook en la NASA en español para que nos acompañes a un tour virtual de la NASA con entrevistas con astronautas, con participación de artistas.
So now we get the full thing in Spanish as well, which is really, really nice that they're multicultural, but I'm just going to keep talking a little bit over this. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Give me a second. There we go.
Thanks so much, Raquel. The excitement
She's introducing the whole staff working behind the scene, and there's plenty of people there.
Perseverance landing. We will be talking to some of the many people who made today possible, from scientists to engineers on the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover team to folks from NASA headquarters, giving us a look into the future of Mars exploration. A little later, we will also be speaking with the students who named the rover and the helicopter. Inspirational stories as we prepare for another landing on the red planet. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Let's give a shout out to the students around the nation learning about Perseverance's mission to Mars with their teachers. We're happy.
Yep. So this is, you have to explain what she's doing there. This is a massive amount of work that NASA is putting into this tonight. They're presenting it on all sorts of different channels in all sorts of different languages to students, universities. There's special streams for universities tonight and students and so on and so forth. So it's actually a really, really nice thing that NASA is so inclusive. Of course, for us right now, that is not really interesting. And we're waiting for the rover, but this was to be expected.
9,000 miles from Mars. So far, she is healthy and on course.
And it takes time to send signals between Earth and Mars. Can you let us know how that affects the information you are seeing?
So Mars is about 127 million miles from Earth right now. That means it takes about 11 minutes from light to travel from Mars to Earth. So all the information that we receive from Perseverance actually happened 11 minutes ago. So the round trip is 22 minutes for us to send a command to Perseverance and hear back on the ground that she's received that command. This is what we call two-way light time.
That's good to know. And can you tell us who else is in the room with you right now?
The operations team is split into two different areas. Here in the cruise mission support area, we have primarily the team that has been flying Perseverance from Earth to Mars. You'll see the placards with the roles of each of the people by their stations. Some of the people you may hear talking today are the flight director, who is the conductor of our operations orchestra here, the entry, descent, and landing activity lead, who is a member of the landing team tasked with understanding the execution of entry, descent, and landing. And then also the telecommunications and entry, descent, and landing communications engineers who will be monitoring the signal from Perseverance through the different paths that we have. Upstairs, in what we call the war room, we have almost the entire entry, descent, and landing operations team. And then across the hall from them, we have the surface mission control room, where the surface operations team is ready and waiting to take over as soon as Perseverance's wheels touch the ground.
And you have been part of this mission for years now. Can you tell us what have you been working on?
I've been working on Perseverance for almost 8 years now as a guidance, navigation, and control engineer, working primarily on entry, descent, and landing. One of my big tasks was to help with terrain relative navigation. Perseverance will be the first mission to fly terrain relative navigation. So while she's descending on the parachute, she'll actually be looking at the ground with a camera, seeing where she is with respect to the Martian surface, and choosing a safe spot to land that she can get to. After so many years of working on the mission, it's an honor to be here today as the mission commentator.
We're happy to have you here. Thanks, Swati. We'll be checking back in with you in just a few minutes as Perseverance approaches its next milestone. But for now, let's learn more about the rover's mission once it lands on Mars.
You know, Mars is the closest place that we can reach with robotic exploration that we think had a really good chance of having ancient life.
The Perseverance rover will land at a location called Jezero Crater. Jezero Crater is a very interesting place. It's a crater that once held a lake.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have once hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. It's a crater that once filled. The crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
This is a wonderful place to live for microorganisms, and it is also a wonderful place for those microorganisms to be preserved so that we can find them now so many billions of years later.
There is no other place on Mars that has the unique combination of a lake setting, a beautifully preserved delta, and the diverse mineralogy that we have in Jezero Crater. So it's truly a special landing site.
The major goal of the Perseverance mission is to investigate astrobiology on Mars, and in particular, to address the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity. We've added to it a whole new set of science instruments, and these science instruments were purposefully selected to help us in the search for biosignatures.
We're going to be taking microphones with us. For the first time, we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter, the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
He said something really important there. He said we are hopefully going to get these missions into development in the next few years, because there really isn't a concrete timeline for this yet. Maybe 2030 or something like that. So there you go, Perseverance in a nutshell.
Watching live Mars landing commentary, and Perseverance is about to reach another important milestone. Swati, can you tell us what is happening?
We are at a milestone where the operations team determines whether they're ready to turn off the transmitter to Perseverance. Turning off the transmitter is like taking your hands off of the wheel. At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen in.
Nice. Oh, let's listen in, and that's it. Let's see if it can get it back with a refresh.
Off the transmitter to Perseverance. Turning off the transmitter is like taking your hands off of the wheel.
Quite a bit of a delay.
At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen in.
Yep. There must be something. Ah, there we go.
Propulsion. Go.
Nice. Oh, come on, NASA.
Art lead. Go. Team chief. Go. Ace. Go. Launch cruise phase lead. Go. Deputy mission. Go. EDL phase lead. Go. Mission assurance. Mission assurance is go. Chief engineer. Chief is go. Project manager. Projects go. Mission Manager, all stations are go for transmitter off.
Yes. All right.
Copy flight, go for transmitter off.
Hands off the wheel.
There you have it, Raquel. We have deemed Perseverance ready to execute entry, descent, and landing on her own.
Ah.
Thank you, Swati. As we just heard, Perseverance is now operating on its own as it cruises closer to Mars. To help explain what this mission means for the agency is
Amazing.
NASA's Associate Administrator, Thomas Zurbuchen. Thomas, this is our 5th rover sent to Mars since 1997. Can you tell us how Perseverance is going to kickstart a new era?
Wow, this is such an important day today, and it really is the beginning of a new era in a sense that we're going from exploration, kind of with experiments on rovers, looking around, doing analysis, to the sample return phase, in which we're not only looking around, looking at the geology, but really turning our rover into a robotic geologist and astrobiologist, collecting samples that we will bring back to Earth. And for us, of course, those are where the best laboratories are of all of humanity. Some of them still remain to be explored by some that are not yet in the science community yet. And that's what we're looking forward to. It's that new phase. The other element that I want to talk about is the amazing technologies that are there. And of course, one of my favorites is the Ingenuity helicopter, this in search of this extraterrestrial Wright brothers moment, you know, controlled flight for the first time elsewhere, Raquel.
Great. And we have a student question on video for you from Macy.
Hi, my name is Macy Ragsdale. My question is anything alive on Mars? Thank you.
Well, Macy, I'm so glad for your question. That's a question I ask myself. Is anything alive there? And frankly, at the surface where we're going right now with Perseverance, we do not believe there's anything alive right there because of the radiation that's there. It's chilling, cold, and there's really no water there. But guess what? We think that 3 billion years ago, this looked like a stream that you may see on Earth. And frankly, a lot more similar than Earth, with water with a magnetic field, just like the Earth with an atmosphere. And the question is, at that time, 3 billion years ago, were there single-cell organisms, just of the type that developed on Earth? So is there life on Mars overall? We don't know. But where we're going right now, we're really looking for ancient life. And that's what we're so excited about.
Thank you for your time today, Thomas. And thanks to everyone who has been using the hashtag Countdown to Mars. Here are...
Just to explain this for a second, I just started grinning when Zurbuchen started talking because I am so amazed about the German accent he has every time. It's just this really crazy German accent. But of course, he's a really, really good guy for NASA. That is absolutely for sure.
As we get closer to another milestone.
Hi, Raquel. This next milestone is a communications pole. So during landing, not only will Perseverance talk directly to Earth, but we'll also be talking to 2 spacecraft that are currently orbiting Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and the MAVEN spacecraft. This poll is to confirm with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft and the MAVEN spacecraft teams that they are ready and on track to support the relay from Perseverance. Let's listen in.
That is amazing. This is such an amazing idea from NASA to show us basically everything that they are doing there right now. Feels like you're there.
We have performed the voice check and the readiness poll and can confirm that MRO, MAVEN, EDA, Radio Science 1 and 2, UHF, BTE, DSN, and EDL, GDS are all ready to support.
Sorry.
Copy, EDLCom.
That is amazing.
So we just heard that we have confirmation from each of the different orbiters and all of their support equipment on the ground that they are ready and are on track to support the relay from Perseverance.
Yes.
Great, thank you,
Getting
Swati.
closer.
And we just heard that communications readiness poll, which means we are ready to relay the data Perseverance will send to get a better idea of what the rover looks like as it approaches Mars. We have a NASA program called EYES. The visualization lets anyone watching track Perseverance. Here's how the program works.
Follow Perseverance on its journey to the surface of the red planet with eyes on the solar system. From your desktop or mobile device, go to eyes.nasa.gov.
Yeah, we've done that already.
Click on the banner. And
It's
now
actually worth
you're
it.
With Perseverance in real time through every step of EDL, entry, descent, and landing. This interactive experience lets you ride along from whatever perspective you choose. Click and drag, scroll in, scroll out.
Yeah.
Check out the
And it works. If you're not as stupid as I was, it actually does work.
Experience every entry, descent, and landing event precisely designed and executed to land Perseverance safely on Mars. The EYES experience is based on predictive data, but during this broadcast, you'll see a different visualization called Ranger, and it's based on the real communication the team and mission control receives.
This is going to be
from
good.
Perseverance
We're definitely going to
in
look at
real
that.
time. This is the visualization the team will follow as data fills their screens while monitoring the health of Perseverance. on
So
its
we're going to get
course
some
to
live
another successful
data.
Mars landing. Enjoy the ride.
Nice. Yeah, website overloaded, but they're probably going to... Give me a second. I gotta turn this down real quick. They're definitely... I'm pretty sure they're also going to show the graphics on their live stream. So even if the website goes down, we should be able to see that. That was really, really nice.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary. Stepping outside mission control to talk to us is Perseverance system engineer, Matt Smith. Thanks for joining us today, Matt.
Hey, Raquel.
Well, coming from mission control, we are going to hear terms
I
related
can't
to landing.
see him anymore. Give me a
Can
second.
you help us understand what some of them mean?
Going to turn that off real
Sure,
quick.
definitely. One thing you'll hear a lot about is telemetry. So telemetry is just our way of talking about data that's coming from the spacecraft and telling us important things like temperatures on the vehicle, pressure, how much fuel we have left, and other things that we need to understand for the health and safety of the vehicle. You'll also hear the word nominal, hopefully. Nominal means everything is expected, everything is okay, we're good to go.
Let me give you a little anecdote that we had here on the chat. Actually, when we started, when we prepared the stream and we got it online, we had an idea that the easiest way to get a man to Mars would be to make Ingenuity crash, because then the FAA will go over to investigate and the rover can take a picture of it.
One is RIMU stable. So the RIMU is a device on the rover that measures the rover's orientation and whether it's moving. So we want a nice stable landing spot without any motion. You'll also hear UHF stable, hopefully. UHF stable refers to good telecommunications link with the rover and indicates that we've had a good separation between the descent stage and the rover after the sky crane maneuver. Finally, you may also hear Tango Delta nominal or touchdown nominal.
Yeah,
That
I'm
means
actually
we've
going to
touched down
switch
on the
over to
surface of
something here
Mars
real quick. Give me a
within the
second.
expected range of safe landing speeds.
Because this is actually really, really cool, and I want to show you this. Because
you'll also hear
it's actually got the audio.
UHF stable, hopefully. UHF stable refers to good telecommunications link with the rover and indicates that we've had a good separation between the descent stage and the rover after the sky crane maneuver. Finally, you may also hear Tango Delta nominal or touchdown nominal. That means we've touched down on the surface of Mars within the expected range of safe landing speeds.
Thanks for that breakdown. Now, this is your first Mars mission. What have you learned from this experience?
Yeah, one of my takeaways is that you can almost never be too careful when it comes to Mars. You definitely can't take Mars for granted. You know, we've checked and double checked and triple checked everything on our way to Mars. And, you know, even though we've done this once before using the sky crane technique on the Curiosity rover, you know, I think everyone's going to have everyone's going to hold their breath until we're on the surface of Mars this time around.
And we have a social media question coming in. Nor the Door on Instagram asks, how complicated is the automated landing sequence? And
I'm going to turn this down real quick. This is absolutely amazing. I got to say that what NASA is doing here to bring us this live feed with a 360-degree camera and virtual screens where you can watch the interviews. And here's your animation where Perseverance is right now and what it's doing. And here you can even see the animation that the control center is looking at, and so on. And this is just fantastic. This is so much more than what we get with what we got with Curiosity back in the days. It was just a rudimentary thing, and this is full out there. This fantastic work by NASA.
This pandemic struck. Here's how they kept the mission going.
Okay, so this is, I'm going to turn this down a little bit because that right now is just about them struggling while the mission was going on, while the preparations were going on, and how Corona hit them and things like that. So this is the eyes animation that you can see here. That is where I want to say Curiosity all the time, where Perseverance is right now, tucked away behind the heat shield and firmly secured. And we have another hour and 4 minutes until it's supposed to touchdown. So the clock that you see here on the stream is actually the touchdown time. Should be precise down to the second. And pulse is going up, to say the least. I'm definitely crossing my fingers for NASA tonight because the presentation is just wonderful. I mean, look at this. This is amazing. You can just look them right over the shoulder how they're working, and it's really, really nice. It's just really, really nice. I wouldn't have expected something like this. What's this guy doing? This is just amazing. It really is. Beautiful work. Right there. Let's listen in for a second again. This is the launch.
Explorers to the Red Planet.
Certainly never done something like this before. Try to lead a team that's flying a spacecraft on the way to Mars while getting ready for landing, while doing it all from home.
There's no doubt that working in isolation, not virtual isolation, but in physical isolation from everyone else, is a challenge.
We had to rethink and redesign what it meant to operate a spacecraft in flight when we couldn't all be in the same room in mission control, seeing the data come down from Perseverance.
Yeah, it was a major change. They're still talking about that. A nice greeting party there from some dusters, by the way. Thanks for the tweet. I'm going to try to show the tweets as much as I can, of course, but if something really, really important happens, I'll have to turn it off. But keep them coming for now. I can show them because I can move this. This is really useful. And let me just real quick switch back to what I was talking about before NASA went live, for all those who haven't seen it yet, because this is actually really important. Where is it? This is Jezero Crater, or Jezero Crater, and it was a lake 3.5 billion years ago. And what you can see here is a delta that was created by the river flowing in, and it deposited lots of sediments here over millions of years. And if life ever existed on Mars, this is one of the spots. This whole lake is one of the spots where it could have. And this delta is of such high interest to NASA, especially because life could have been encapsulated in there. Over the years and years, the sediment got deposited, and between the layers, life could have been preserved so we can look at it today. And that's why they're sending the rover into this particular area. I wanted to finish that for half an hour, so I had to. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go back to the control center.
Joining us now is Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Matt Wallace. Matt, just how ambitious is this mission, and how was the Perseverance team able to stay on track with unexpected challenges like the pandemic?
Well, it's a very ambitious mission. You know, we're carrying not only a host of new, extremely capable science instruments to do that science mission that we've talked about, but also a number of technology experiments that will provide feed-forward information into the next set of robotic explorers or even human exploration of Mars. So there's a lot for us to do. We look a lot like Curiosity, but in fact, we're carrying 50% more payload down to the surface of Mars. And so it is it's been a big challenge. You know, and it was particularly challenging when the pandemic struck. It came at a critical time in our processing. We were just months away from launching. We were trying to essentially get the spacecraft assembled and do the final tests. We did not have a lot of margin in our schedule, and our focus just entirely shifted from that to keeping the team safe and keeping their families safe.
Just
and we had to,
as a small reminder here, we got 1 hour left now. Clock's ticking.
You know, we got through it with a lot of help. A lot of people stepped up to make it happen. The team was tenacious, and we managed to get it launched and fly it to Mars. You know, thanks to a lot of help.
And Matt, just how large is the team that worked on Perseverance?
It's a big team. A couple thousand people here just at JPL, in fact, have worked on this mission. And then almost every other NASA center has contributed in some significant and critical way as well. We have over 1,000 industry partners that have provided hardware into this mission from 44 different states, 560 different cities. And of course, we have international contributions from Europe and many other international providers as well. So it's a big team. It's taken a lot of people to get us to where we're at.
That is a big team. This is the most difficult landing site ever attempted. Now, why do you think Perseverance is ready to land in Jezero Crater now?
Jezero is tough. I mean, it's scientifically fascinating because it's got a lot of things like craters and you know, rock fields and cliffs and sand dunes and that sort of thing, which are great for the science community. That's exactly the type of features they're looking for to learn more about Mars. But they're all landing hazards for us. And so we've had to add some new technology, terrain relative navigation, which is the ability essentially to divert away from hazards. But we have taken this system through the same types of paces that we have on previous missions. We've used the same techniques, the same best practices for engineering verification. And in many cases, we've used the same people. This, in fact, is my 5th Mars rover mission, and I'm not alone. There's other people on the project in the same situation. So, you know, the team has given it everything they've gotten to put it all out there and to make this successful, and I think we're ready.
Thanks, Matt, and good luck on your 5th mission.
Thank you very much.
Amazing.
Well, Jezero Crater is a...
Can't imagine what kind of feeling it must be to be part of one of those teams.
Let's head over to Marina to learn more about the science goals of the mission.
That's right, Raquel. Here to explain why we want to go there is Deputy Project Scientist Katie Stack Morgan. Welcome, Katie.
Thanks, Marina. Glad to be here.
Now, Perseverance is landing on Mars at the Jezero Crater. Why is it that you and the team chose this particular area?
Yeah, so scientists believe that Jezero Crater is one of the best places on Mars and possibly the entire solar system to look for signs of ancient life. Jezero contained an ancient lake and has within it one of the best preserved ancient delta deposits on the surface of Mars. And deltas form when a river enters a relatively open body of water, like an impact crater, and deposits the sediment that it's carrying into the lake. And we know based on studies of deltas and lakes here on Earth that they're great places to concentrate and preserve organics and support microbial life. We're also excited because Jezero exposes rocks that are between 3.5 to more than 4 billion years old and represent a variety of different geological processes.
Now, this might be a tough choice, but what do you think would be the most rewarding scientific discovery that we expect to get from this mission?
Yes, hands down, I think the most rewarding discovery I think we could make with Perseverance would be finding a truly compelling ancient biosignature on Mars. The rocks in and around Jezero Crater record a period of time when life first arose in the solar system, and we have the opportunity with Perseverance to study the evolution of a planet from a once habitable world likely capable of supporting ancient life to the cold, barren planet we know Mars is today.
And why do you think, Katie, it's so important to find out if there really is or was ancient life on Mars?
Well, the question of whether there's life beyond Earth is one of the most fundamental and essential questions we can ask. And our ability to ask this question and develop the scientific investigations and technology to answer it is one of the things that make us as a species so unique. And based on everything we know about Mars in the past, it absolutely should have been capable of supporting ancient life. So we can find out an answer to the question, where there were habitable environments, was there life? And studying the possible emergence of life on ancient Mars can also help us better understand the conditions that led to life on our own planet Earth.
That's so fascinating, Katie. And now we're going to take a question from a student, Vara.
All right, I'm going to turn this down here real quick again. Finding life on Mars. There was the question earlier in the tweet, how high are the chances if Perseverance can actually find life on Mars? Existing current life chances are very, very low for Perseverance. If there still is life available on Mars today, it'll be somewhere else. It'll be in water reservoirs under the surface, or in other places, not at Jezero crater. But the chances are high that it finds life, ancient life, if there ever was any ancient life. And if there was ancient life on Mars, and it wasn't transferred from Earth to Mars or from Mars to Earth, it would basically mean that if the right conditions are there, life starts to evolve, which would be an amazing insight for us, because that would basically mean that the whole galaxy could be full of life. If you have the right settings, life emerges. But Mars, on the other hand, is a good reminder too that that setting can disappear over time.
Chloe Sakier. She helps us break down the system used to track Perseverance during landing.
The communications infrastructure supporting Perseverance's landing is quite complex. We've rallied a truly global network of relay and communications assets to help us capture and record those precious minutes of entry, descent, and landing, or EDL. We receive a stream of engineering telemetry via these communication assets that helps us see and understand exactly what's happening. Perseverance sends direct-to-Earth X-band tones, each of which provides us with indications of critical entry, descent, and landing events. During entry, descent, and landing, we have 2 Mars orbiters listening for the ultra-high frequency, or UHF, signals from Perseverance. These orbiters relay these signals to deep space network stations on Earth, Madrid in Spain, and Goldstone in California. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, or MRO, has reconfigured its software to perform a type of relay called bent pipe. This will provide us with near real-time telemetry during entry, descent, and landing. We have coverage from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter from just before entry to a few minutes after landing. The telemetry we receive will be delayed by the time it takes light to travel from Mars to us back on Earth. Additionally, the Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution spacecraft, or MAVEN, is recording these UHF signals and will be relaying that recording hours after landing. MAVEN will be covering us from around the time of cruise stage separation until a few minutes after landing. We also receive what we call heartbeat tones, which are indications that the spacecraft is alive and progressing throughout entry, descent, and landing. It's important to note that while unexpected, we could lose our communication links and still land safely. Because Perseverance is doing entry, descent, and landing completely autonomously, she doesn't need our help to joystick the landing. The communication links give us added visibility.
But how
And you
much
can see
communication
Chloe hard
bandwidth?
at work inside mission control right now. Perseverance's landing might look like the system the Curiosity rover used back in 2012. But landing on Mars is difficult. There's always a risk involved. Here's what needs to happen for Perseverance to touch down safely in Jezero crater.
Nothing can be taken for granted when you get to Mars. There's a lot of things we just don't know.
Space always has a way of throwing us curveballs and surprising us.
I mean, until we get the data that says we're on the ground safely, I'm going to be worried that we're not going to make it.
Entry, descent, and landing is often referred to as the 7 minutes of terror because it takes about 7 minutes to get from the top of the atmosphere of Mars to the ground safely.
The spacecraft has to do all of this by itself.
There are many things that have to go right to get...
Okay, a little reminder for everybody. There is a timeline of all the events that are occurring in that 7 minutes of terror in the description of the live stream. If you want to find out more, it's down to the second.
We get rid of really the spacecraft part of the rover that's been supporting us.
We come screaming in to the Martian atmosphere at 12 to 13,000 miles per hour.
And the heat shield is what dissipates all that initial energy through friction.
The vehicle will continue actually flying itself through the atmosphere. It's sort of like a transforming vehicle that went from a spacecraft, and now it's kind of like an aircraft actively guiding itself.
When we're going slow enough, we deploy a parachute.
The biggest supersonic parachute we've ever sent to another planet. It's critical for slowing down the vehicle.
Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing borrows heavily from that of Curiosity.
But fundamentally, Perseverance is a different rover. She's bigger, she has different instruments.
We've added a lot of smarts on the inside to make it more capable so that it can deal with the landing site that we've given it.
The science team identified Jezero Crater as basically an ancient lake bed and one of the most promising places to look for evidence of ancient microbial life and to collect samples for future return to Earth. The problem is it's a much more hazardous place to land.
When you look at Jezero, all you see is danger. How do we go to a site that we never thought was safe enough to go to before? So the heat shield, which has protected us all the way through entry, is no longer necessary. We need to get that off so that we can actually see the ground. And we can see the ground in a couple different ways.
Perseverance will be the first mission to use terrain relative navigation. So while it's descending on the parachute, it will actually be taking images of the surface of Mars and determining where to go based on what it sees. This is finally like landing with your eyes open. Having this new technology really allows Perseverance to land in much more challenging terrain than Curiosity or any previous Mars mission could. Amongst the rocks and the craters and the cliffs, these things are hazardous to the rover, but these are the things that are interesting to the scientists.
Once Perseverance has figured out where she is, we jettison the backshell and parachute and light up our rockets. Those rockets help us steer to a safe landing spot that's nearby.
That descent stage takes us all the way down to about 20 meters off the ground.
That's when we start the skycrane maneuver.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
The descent stage will cut loose from the rover and fly away to a safe distance. Surviving that 7 minutes is really just the beginning for Perseverance. Its job, right, being the first leg of sample return, to go look for those signs of past life on Mars. All that can't start until we get Perseverance safely to the ground. And then that's when the real mission begins.
Ooh. 47 minutes. 47. It's going to be good. Yep, it's an engineering masterpiece that's happening tonight, and NASA is doing an absolutely awesome job of presenting this to all of us. You can look around freely. You can see the current position. Oh yeah, I've seen that guy before. He's good. Let's listen to him.
Landing. Does it get any easier the second time around?
It absolutely does not, especially when considering we're trying to land the biggest, heaviest, and most complex rover we've ever built at the most dangerous landing site we've ever attempted. Jezero may look great and promising from a science perspective, but it's absolutely treacherous for landing. There's a cliff wall that's about 200 feet tall that runs right through the middle of the landing site. There are craters full of sand that even if we landed in them, we would not be able to drive out of. And there are rocks to the east and actually all over the place, and rock fields. That would be a bad day for us if we were to land on them.
Now, Al, what new technology makes this type of dangerous landing possible?
Perseverance is carrying two new technologies that are really kind of under the hood smarts that are allowing us to land at this kind of treacherous landing site. The first is range trigger. That's the ability, we've given Perseverance the ability to decide for herself, based on where she is, when to deploy the parachute. Previously, we used to deploy parachutes, that supersonic parachute, based just on navigated velocity. But now Perseverance has the smarts to figure out where she is and deploy that parachute at just the right place to make sure that we shrink where we could come down. That actually reduces the area, that error ellipse, where we can come down on the ground, from something that was on the order of 15 miles long by 12 miles wide for Curiosity to about 5 miles long by 4 miles wide for Perseverance. So that's quite a bit of reduction. Second, the next piece of technology that's helping us land there is terrain relative navigation. In the past, after we've popped off the heat shield, we've taken pictures of the ground as it's been coming up, but we haven't really done anything with them. This time Perseverance is carrying a camera to take pictures, but also a kind of second brain to help it figure out what those pictures are telling it and match it up with an onboard map from a satellite. That allows it to figure out exactly where she is. Suddenly then, she can then fly to safe spots that are nearby once she really knows where she is. It allows the site to not have to be as flat and boring as a pancake as some of our past sites have been, the entire area we could come down. Now we just need little pieces of that site to be small enough and safe enough for us to land in safely and fly there after we've gotten rid of the parachute.
And we also have a social media question coming in. Sansakari14 on Instagram is asking, how does the sky crane decide where to move itself after the payload lands?
After the payload lands, after the rover touches down, the sky crane, the descent stage, which is that rocket-powered jetpack above it, the first job, of course, is to make sure you don't hurt the rover. So it'll turn forward or backward so that the engine plumes don't pass over the rover. So it'll come up and start to turn. And it'll go in whichever direction is closest to north. So it can either go forward, if that's the way north is, or go toward the rear of the rover, if that's where north is. And it'll fly about 1/3 of a mile or so away.
Thanks for talking to us today, Al.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's
I'm just
head
going to
back.
real quick answer the question that's in the tweet up there. Sorry if I missed this, but do you know when we should expect to get video, audio of the landing? Not tonight. That is likely going to be later on, down maybe tomorrow, the next day, something like that.
Perseverance has received the command. The command took 11 minutes to go to Perseverance, and then the reply took 11 minutes to get back from Perseverance to the ground. So we should hear any second now that we have officially turned off the transmitter. And after that, we will be about 4 minutes from the start of entry, descent, and landing mode. At this point, we will transition from the cruise approach mode to entry, descent, and landing. And that means our travel from Earth to Mars is done, and now we just need to get to the surface. So far, things are looking good.
Great.
So far. Nice. I can't wait for this anymore.
This is Pad 3, ready to show estimated miss distance for OD 132.
Copy ADL phase, welcome back.
Are they doing anything? Or is this just... I'm so excited about all this. I wish we could see this thing closer.
Our tracking stations have all confirmed the results of the transmitter drive off and in lock one way.
Copy ACE. GDS flight. Flight GDS. At this time, I'd like to disable the alarms before EDL main. So please disable all the alarm files and start a new downlink session. Copy that. EGP.
Copy that. Proceeding now.
Confirmation that we are now officially one way and the transmitter is off.
Wow. This is amazing. I can't say this often enough. It's just really, really great how NASA is presenting this. You can get everything you want. We can look and we can listen in to live audio from the descent team, and we can have a 360 camera walking around in the control room. This is just amazing. It's really, really good.
Thanks, Raquel. It's great to be here. Well, Perseverance is NASA's 5th rover on Mars, and I've had the privilege of working on every one of them. And the very first rover was the Sojourner rover we sent in 1997, and it was the size of a microwave oven. And even at that small size, Sojourner was able to transform the way that we explore Mars, from stationary landers to small roving robots that go from place to place, just like a geologist would on Earth. So once we had that roving capability, then we sent our twin rovers Spirit and Opportunity. Spirit and Opportunity were tasked with finding evidence of ancient water on Mars. Now they did. They're great explorers, and both of them found ample evidence that water had once existed on the surface of Mars. But we had a question. Another question then was Mars ever habitable if water had been there? And that's when we sent Curiosity. Now, Curiosity was a major upgrade to our rover fleet. She's the size of a small car. She landed with the sky crane system instead of airbags. And she also carries along her own sample analytics lab, and she's still operating today. And during her exploration, she has found evidence of a habitable environment in an ancient lake bed on Mars. So now we're sending Perseverance. Perseverance is tasked with answering the question and looking for evidence of ancient microbial life on Mars. And in order to do this, she has to be the smartest and most capable rover we've ever sent.
Speaking of Perseverance, can you tell us more about how Perseverance is smarter than its predecessors?
Yes, we've made a lot of upgrades to help her along with the surface mission. One of them is for her autonomous traverse capability. When I say autonomous traverse, I mean we tell her where we want her to end up, and she has to figure out the safe
40 minutes.
In order to do that, she uses her cameras, algorithms, a computer. So we've given her another computer, we've upgraded the cameras, and we've upgraded the algorithms. Now she drives 3 times as fast as Curiosity could drive in this autonomous traverse mode. In fact, her average daily distance for driving, about 200 meters, is close to the maximum distance any rover has ever driven in a day on Mars. So she's fast. Another thing that we've done, which is the most significant upgrade that we've made, is the sample caching system itself. Curiosity has a robotic arm, like Perseverance has a robotic arm, but on the end of Perseverance's robotic arm is a coring drill that will go and take rock cores, transfer them into sample tubes and into the rover, where another robotic arm will take those tubes, will seal them and store them, and eventually drop them on the surface of Mars for future return to Earth.
Great, and we also have a social media question about Perseverance. Erica AS on Instagram wants to know what the wheels of the rover are made out of.
Great question. Well, you may think we make them out of some material you've never heard of. It turns out they're made of aluminum. Now, Perseverance's wheels are a little thicker than Curiosity's, but they're actually both made out of aluminum.
And
Give me a second. It's interesting to mention why the wheels of Perseverance are thicker than those of Curiosity, because you can easily Google Curiosity wheel damage. If you put that into Google, you'll get some very nasty pictures of Curiosity's biggest problem, and that was the wheels. They tested them extensively on the ground, and then when they had it on Mars, they found out that pointy rocks would get in between the grip lines on the wheels, the profile basically, and punch holes in, and so that happened a lot over time, and the wheels look really, really bad by now. So we can only hope that they fix that problem, because if Perseverance wants to drive fast, it will need the right wheels.
About the size of a Mini Cooper. These wheels are obviously black here and they look like rubber, but they're actually fully made of metal. These wheels are designed to allow us to climb over obstacles and of course climb over hills and minimize the amount of slipping once we're traversing on the surface of Mars. Here in the front of the rover, we have the sample caching system. And of course, at the very front end of this is the robotic arm, which this entire system is arguably the most complex robotic system we've ever sent outside of Earth. Here at the tip of the arm, we have a turret which contains a suite of instruments along with some drills and coring capabilities that will allow us to do contact science once we get to the surface of Mars. Not only that, this robotic system is equipped to collect samples about the size of a piece of chalk that then eventually will be stored inside of the vehicle and dropped off in a later location so that an eventual mission can go and return these samples to Earth, something we've never done in the past. Here in the front, we have the remote sensing mast. Something of note is that this mechanism is going to be stowed upon the touchdown on the surface of Mars. And one of the first critical activities we do is deploy this mechanism. This mechanism includes several cameras that are going to give us some of the most breathtaking images we've ever taken on Mars. Along with that, we have some lasers as well as a spectrometer. They're going to allow us to do some remote science. Here you see some of these extrusions that are part of the larger weather suite of instruments that will allow us to characterize the local climate around Perseverance. So that's a quick tour of the rover.
But look at how big that thing is. It's actually really the size of a small car. It's really, really impressive to see what NASA is able to bring to Mars. It's really, really impressive.
Perseverance is collecting samples of Martian rock for future return to Earth. We've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring Martian samples back for many generations. And here to talk a little bit about that is NASA's Planetary Science Division Director, Lori Glaze, who joins us now to talk about the role Perseverance will play in NASA's future goals. Welcome, Lori.
Hi.
Now, as you just heard, we've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring back these Martian samples for a very long time. Why do we need to bring them back?
That's really a great question. You know, we actually have examples of Mars already here on Earth that came here as meteorites. But we don't know exactly where they came from on Mars, and then they also have had to make the trip from Mars to Earth, and so they got altered during that time, and then during their entry and descent into the Earth's atmosphere, that also changes what those rocks are like. So being able to go to Mars and actually collect a sample where we know exactly where it came from, and we know we can preserve it and keep it pristine and carry it all the way back here, this will be incredibly important to help us answer questions about the geologic history of Mars, understanding how it formed and evolved, and also really important questions about whether or not life actually existed on Mars 3.5 billion years ago, and whether that life, if it existed, has been preserved in the surface of Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lori, these sample tubes that Perseverance is going to be collecting, they're the cleanest things ever created on Earth. Tell me a little bit about that.
Oh my goodness. We worked so hard. The team here at JPL is absolutely incredible to assure that those sample tubes are incredibly clean. One of the main goals of this mission is to be able to detect if there's actual life that's preserved, ancient life preserved in those rocks, in those samples. And we definitely don't want to be carrying, our own DNA off to Mars and then bring it back here to confuse our scientists when they're trying to study those samples. So it is an incredibly clean set of equipment that's been sent there. As you said, the cleanest thing we've ever sent into space.
Wow.
Now, this is a very complicated campaign. Can you break down for us how it's going to work and if there's any international partners working with us?
You are correct. The Mars sample return campaign is incredibly complex. In fact, it's probably the most challenging thing we've ever tried to do. But we're definitely not going to try and do it alone. We have great partners with the European Space Agency. And the way this campaign is going to work, well, Perseverance is the first step. Chapter 1 is going to Mars and collecting the samples. Chapter 2 is going to be a sample return lander that we hope to launch in around 2026 to 2028. And that lander, it'll be an American lander carrying a fetch rover that's provided by European Space Agency. And that little fetch rover will drive out and pick up the samples that Perseverance left on the surface of Mars. And the fetch rover will bring them back and load them into a rocket that we call the Mars Ascent Vehicle, which will be the first ever launch from another planet. And it will launch those samples into orbit around Mars. In the meantime, European Space Agency will have an orbiter that's in orbit around Mars that can rendezvous and capture those samples and then bring them back to Earth for us to study back here in our amazing laboratories.
I've just read a few comments while she was telling the story about the sample return mission, and I kind of agree that if SpaceX does this with Starships, that whole sample return mission, of course, will be bonkers because it's a huge amount of work to get these little tubes of samples back. You need 3 launches for that in total, and so it's a very expensive and very complicated task. But on the other hand, if SpaceX doesn't succeed with the Starship, which isn't completely off the table yet, I mean, I'm cheering for them like crazy, but it could always turn out to be not the right way, and that it's not as reliable as SpaceX thought or whatever. And then that sample return mission actually does make sense again. So let's wait and see how quick Elon is with this, and if ESA and NASA can actually pull this off. That would be amazing. It's having the first very, very clean samples from Mars would be an epic thing to have. That's for sure.
enjoy Mars just because it can tell us so much about how our solar system formed and evolved. All of the planets can tell us different parts of that story, and Mars is a really key piece of that. And one of the main reasons we're willing to wait so long to get the sample back is that we've got great new scientists that are all about your age, and in about 10 or 15 or 20 years, you'll be the generation that's going to actually get to work with these samples. When they come back, you'll be the scientists and engineers that will be the next generation to change how we think about Mars and how we think about life in the solar system.
That was a great question, Lori. Reach for the stars, future little scientists and engineers.
Yep.
Thank you so much for joining us here today, Lori.
It's my pleasure. Thanks.
Back to you, Raquel, for another mission update.
Thanks, Marina. The cruise team for Perseverance controls the rover on its way to Mars. And
30.
moments ago, they handed it over to the landing team, and it looks like team leaders in mission control are about to talk to both teams. So let's listen in.
The CBM change, as I mentioned previously, is to the EDL reserve two-way non-coherent route activity.
So
Copy,
excited.
EDL phase, go ahead.
I'd like to see pep talk, I guess, to the team. All right. I'm terrible at pep talks. I think my reputation precedes me there. And look, I know this hasn't been easy, right? I'm not even sure we've even been all in the same room at the same time. I mean, I'm staring at folks across the internet as well. Even now, right? Yeah. Voice check. Okay. I do want to just extend my heartfelt appreciation from the EDL team to the launch cruise team. You've done everything we've asked for, right? I mean, you've battled anomalies, you've dealt with Cepheids, you've done everything. You delivered a healthy spacecraft to the place that we want to go, and she's right on target, right? We did the last maneuver literally 2 months ago, right? This is pretty incredible, in my opinion. And she's armed with the right information to help us land. Doing the parameter update last night, we're ready to roll. You've done everything right. And you've put up with us too, right? You've put up with our eccentricities and the things we like to do in EDL land. So I very much appreciate that. So you all should sleep in on Friday, since you guys have earned it. Thanks for literally and figuratively putting us in the right position to succeed. And let's land on Mars together.
The dogs.
Copy EDL phase. And as flight director, I also would like to thank the whole team, cruise ops, EDL ops, EDL team, and the surface ops as well. It's been an amazing journey. I think we all know that. And it's been my honor and pleasure to work with you all side by side. And your tireless efforts and endurance in the face of our challenges has been truly, truly inspiring. So kudos to you.
Amazing.
Mission, would you like to say something?
Yeah, just echoing the same words that Al and Magdi have mentioned. You guys have overcome great obstacles in the last 6.5 months, and it started with an earthquake in this room on launch day at L-20 minutes. So I can't be more proud than all of the achievements that you guys have pulled off in the last 6.5 months. Whatever happens in the next hour and a half, you can be proud of the achievements that you've accomplished so far. I look forward to seeing you on the other side, and I only wish that the rest of our team could be sharing this moment with us. This is a very unusual event. This room is only half as full as it would be if we weren't in this pandemic. So missing everybody on the team who's not with us here today. And go EDL.
I still remember that earthquake 20 minutes before launch. Yes! Let's do this, 26.
And with that, Godspeed Perseverance.
Godspeed Perseverance, exactly.
All right, activity. Go ahead and continue the report.
Sure thing, Flight.
Take
We've
it.
since completed the EDL start anchor. As I was mentioning, we changed our CBM row to EDL reserve two-way non-coherent. That row reinforces our CBM windows disabled, keeps our packetization on, it turns off our ranging and switches to the auxiliary oscillator. We have also started our real-time data product and reinforced Medley on. At this time,
Now, we just heard Perseverance team leaders thank the cruise team for their work in guiding the rover to Mars. Now, did you know the rover name and Mars helicopter name came from students? Well,
Yeah,
a
we
couple
do.
weeks ago, Marina was able to catch up with them.
I have to turn this down a little bit. I know that story about the kids that gave the names. I am so hyped right now. This is amazing. It's the same thing as with the Starship launches. I am so crossing my fingers for NASA and for everybody who's worked on this rover, and I really, really hope that it's just going to land and do its thing. And it's just absolutely, it's crazy. It's bonkers what they're doing there again, and it's a glorious engineering feat. And you just have to take your head for those people who do these missions, who make this a reality. It's crazy, it's amazing, and it's going to be beautiful to see. And let's just hope that thing lands safely and does its thing today. We have 25 minutes to go, and we're clocking down here. The clock is, oh my God, I can't even watch this anymore. I'm so excited about the landing. And we're not, as I said before, we're not going to see this live. There's 11 minutes and 22 seconds of delay between Earth and Mars. So we'll know if this thing has landed 11 minutes and 22 seconds after that touchdown timer hits 0. So that's going to be a long waiting time. But we're going to stay here. We're just going to cross our fingers and see if Curiosity or Perseverance, there I go again. If Perseverance can do this tonight, that is, it's just incredible. All right, let me see what they're talking about here.
For kids to be inspired by space exploration.
Because space is the future.
Yep.
And kids are the future. Learning about space and watching the story of humanity spread to the stars happen is watching the future happen and seeing history unfold.
The best way to keep our home safe and protect our planet is to learn from the worlds around it. So I think it's really important for the next generation of scientists to be engaged in that type of exploration to make our home the best place it can be.
Now, speaking of the future, what has your life been like since naming the rover and helicopter? Has it sparked any future aspirations for the two of you?
Oh man, I am currently applying to a science and technology school for high school, hoping for a NASA internship sometime along the way, with my ultimate goal being to join the incredible team of scientists and engineers.
I'm going to turn him down real quick again to just give you a heads up. That in 6 minutes from now, 6 minutes and 50 seconds from now, the cruise stage separation will occur. And that is one of the first serious events on getting that rover down to the Martian surface tonight. After that, we're going to have the Despin maneuver and balance mass drops, and then it really gets exciting with atmospheric re-entry and all these events unfolding quickly. So even though that clock still says 22:48 until touchdown, we have another 6 minutes to go until the cruise stage separates. So we're getting close here, and this is going. I wish I knew more. That's all I can tell you right now, is that this is 6 minutes away from getting absolutely hot.
As virtual celebrations are happening all over the globe, let's take a look at some of your submissions on our social channels, showing us how you're celebrating the Perseverance landing right now. And remember to hashtag Countdown to Mars and send those in. We would love to show them off. Look at these
We've been
kids.
doing that the whole night.
They are getting so excited. Everyone's watching it. A lot of classrooms are watching it. Oh, and great, someone did a Lego version of Perseverance, which is awesome. It looks fantastic. We love getting all your pictures out there. We've gotten a lot of artwork from kids, which has been great. I know I have a 9-year-old
Nice.
John at home, and he loves to draw the rover. And look at that. That is awesome. That's better than anything I could bake, that's for sure. Perseverance in a cake. That looks so great. Delicious. I want to get into that.
That is humanity. We're looking at Perseverance cakes like 5 minutes before it separates its cruise stage. That is so humanity.
Thank you so much for your submissions. Remember, #Countdown to Mars. We love to see how you're celebrating. Now, you might know our next guest from shows like Emily's Wonder Lab. Joining me now is Emily Calandrelli.
Oh, nice.
Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Now, you are very passionate about getting kids interested in science and space exploration. Why do you think kids are so excited about space?
Well, I know the reason I'm excited about space, and I think it's the same reason that many others are excited about space, and it's that the people in the space industry work to answer two of the biggest questions that humans have ever asked. Are we alone in the universe, and where did we all come from? And by sending a rover to Mars, we are gaining evidence for the answers to these questions, more evidence than we ever had before, and I think that's so exciting.
It is, and I know you get loads of interesting questions from kids. Have you gotten any about Mars specifically?
Oh my gosh, yes. Everybody loves Mars. It's in movies and books and TV shows, and everybody loves Mars. So one of the things that I get asked a lot is that, it's called the red planet. Why is it red? Well, it's red because it's literally rusty. The top layer of soil on Mars has iron oxide in it, or rust, and rust has that brownish red color. So it's red because it's rusty. And also because it's red, they ask, is it red hot? Is it really hot on Mars? And well, no, actually, it's colder than the Earth. It's farther away from the sun. So as you would imagine, it's a little bit colder than the Earth. It also has a really thin atmosphere. So the heat that it does have, it has a hard time keeping in. And so it's a little bit colder. But then I also get asked, what would I weigh on Mars? That's a really fun question. So on Mars, it's a little bit smaller than the Earth, so the gravity there is weaker. It's about 3/8 the gravity that we have here on Earth. So if you weighed 100 pounds here on Earth, you'd weigh 38 pounds on Mars, or 100 kilograms here on Earth, 38 kilograms on Mars.
All right, let me cut her for a second here. So I think that all that confusion with the times is that my timer actually shows the time when the event occurs. And I think NASA's timers show when NASA knows that the event has occurred. I think that is the difference there. I had that hiccup this morning when I changed the whole timeline again, when I thought I was wrong. But I think mine actually is the current time that it happens. And the NASA timer is including that 11 minutes and 22 seconds of delay. At least I hope so.
Every day. I think in all of the hecticness that is going on today and all of the nerves, I just hope everyone can take a moment to sit back and remember that we live in a time when humans have the ability to send a robot to another planet. And that's so cool to me.
Yeah.
It is very cool, Emily.
I've had Emily Calandrelli on a stream before with Marcus House and TJ Cooney for a demo mission 2, I think it was. And she's a really nice person.
To ride along with us to Mars. Now put yourself right into the action now with our Perseverance photo booth. You can pose next to the rover, place yourself in our mission control, and even see what you might look like taking a selfie on the red planet. There, you'll also have a chance to sign up to send your name to Mars on NASA's next flight to the red planet. It's all available at go.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 Toolkit. And joining us now is JPL Chief Engineer and Landing Veteran Rob Manning. He will be breaking down key moments coming up, and very few people know more about landing on Mars than Rob, going back to the Pathfinder mission in 1997. Thanks for joining us today, Rob.
Thank you very much, Raquel, for having me here. And what a wonderful experience. What a wonderful day for a beautiful day in California. We're just all so excited here, anxious, worried, but very hopeful.
Rob, I have a question for you. There is a landing tradition at JPL that involves eating peanuts for good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us how did that start?
Yes, it started in the mid-1960s. What happened was we had a series of missions that had failures. The Ranger program in the early 1960s, one after another, failed. And what happened was one day, a fellow by the name of Dick Wallace on Ranger number 7, on the 7th attempt, decided to bring peanuts to the ops area just before the launch. And guess what? that mission worked. Now, we're not supposed to be too superstitious. No. We're engineers and scientists after all. But we love tradition. And ever since then, before launch and before critical events like entry, descent, landing, we have brought out peanuts and shared them with the team. And it's been really a wonderful little experience. And so this is something we will do. We're doing right now. And it's something that we just can't help ourselves. It's just part of the experience.
Well, speaking of the experience, how did the Perseverance team keep the tradition alive this year?
Well, this year we're passed out little packets of peanuts to the team, and they can sneak one peanut in their mouth as part of to keep the tradition alive. But you know, this is part of the COVID experience, but we can't leave this one undone. So this is what we're doing, and this is going to help us land safely.
All right, thanks, Rob. I have some questions for you a little later on, but we're heading back to Swati Mohan, who is part of the landing team. She'll be calling out key milestone and events as they happen from Mission Control. So let's listen in right now.
So right now we're still about 20 minutes from entry, and the EL
okay, then my timer seems to be wrong here.
Confirmation of what will be happening in the upcoming changes to the vehicle, just to remind the team.
27, give me a second.
This will allow us to steer our trajectory as we make our way through the atmosphere. This is one of the things that allowed MSL, the Curiosity rover, to land where it did. And we're depending on the same type of entry guidance this time around to help get us very close to our target. As we make our way through entry, finish our guided entry profile, we'll do a maneuver called heading alignment, where we point toward the target and get ready to deploy the parachute. But before we deploy the parachute, we need to get rid of a set of balanced masses that have been giving us a center of gravity, or CG offset, throughout the guided entry phase. So these are called the entry balance masses. We also call this maneuver SUFR, S-U-F-R, or straighten up and fly right. So we'll go ahead and eject those masses when we get a trigger from the GNC system telling us that we're at the appropriate range to the target to do so. As soon as we deploy those, we will no longer have a CG offset, and we'll be ready to deploy the parachute 17 seconds later.
Where the Perseverance team is sitting now, what's in store for them as we approach landing?
I'm going to hold here for EDL prep as we're about to start that anchor.
So we should be 7 minutes away from cruise stage separation now. Is that correct?
Copy, Flame.
Can I make the announcement now? Okay. Maggie needs to make the announcement that.
What kind of announcement?
All right. Now, Rob, you've been right where the Perseverance team is sitting now. What's in store for them as we approach landing?
Well, this is the nail-biting time. Fortunately, we still have ones and zeros coming, but very soon, as we approach cruise stage separation, the transmitter on this rover we've been using all the way to get to Mars is going to be turned off. So we will lose our ability to see ones and zeros. But the good thing is, once the cruise stage is gone, there's another radio that will continue transmitting a tone, so that like a flashlight that will allow us to at least see that the vehicle is still on, and that color of that flashlight tells us a little bit what state the rover's in. But soon after that, it won't be very long before we'll be able to hear more ones and zeros coming from the spacecraft. So this is a really exciting time, and it's just important to remind people there's a lot that can go wrong in a day like today. There are thousands of things that have to go right.
Yeah, we had success in the past landing on Mars. You'd think it gets easier, but it really doesn't. Why is it still so difficult?
Well, because it's involved thousands and thousands of things, hundreds of thousands of lines of code, There's 79 pyrotechnic devices. Each have to work perfectly. One critical wire short or one key thing mechanism that doesn't work or breaks, and it's mission over. And so it's, you know, and it's very easy. We're human beings. We're not perfect. Mistakes can be made. We count on each other to find our own mistakes, and we work very hard to learn from the mistakes of the past. We've had many failures. Remind people, roughly half, around half of the missions to Mars over history have failed, and so that could happen today too. Even though we've had a nice, wonderful string of successes in the United States, it's still a bit of a gamble that we have hoped that we have erred in the side of luck, and we've stacked the deck and loaded the dice to make this thing succeed. But if we do fail.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted. Today. I just said that the time should now be correct again, because I reverted back to my old timeline that I had before somebody told me that my timeline is incorrect. So it should be correct again now.
We will try again. As we always do, we will learn from our mistakes.
And what are the possible scenarios we could be looking at today?
Well, there's things like one of the key stressful elements for all of us is parachute inflation. But just even separating from the cruise stage is a pretty major event. Lots of devices have to work properly. Certainly, the heat shield separation, getting the descent engine started. There's no less than 16 rocket motors that have to work. 8 to control during entry, another 8 to control it during landing. I said it's a lot of stuff, and it all has to work. And guess what? We haven't done this before with this vehicle ever. This is its first attempt to actually land. We can't try this on Earth. We can't we don't have test pilots to try it out on this planet before the big show. So this vehicle is doing it for the first time. We've done the best testing we could do in bits and pieces, but you know, it's as best as we could do. But I think our team is up to it. This team is the best. It's a diverse, intelligent, amazing group of people. People from all over the world who worked on this, not just here in California, but all over NASA, contributors from aerospace, universities.
And just to give you another little update, we should now be roughly 4 minutes away from cruise stage separation.
Thanks, Rob. Now, let's listen back into mission control.
Right, we're about 14 minutes from entry interface. The vehicle is currently preparing the heat rejection system that has kept the thermal system cool inside the air shell for about the last 6 months. This will allow the spacecraft to more easily cut the line in upcoming cruise stage separation, which is under 4 minutes now.
Oh my God.
We have now enabled the Rover Pyro Bus.
That's the pyrotechnic system that's
going to powering off the cruise stage devices.
And these are the things in the cruise stage that we no longer need. With the pyrotechnic system working, we can explode the devices.
The vehicle is preparing for the upcoming cruise stage separation in about 3 minutes 15 seconds by powering off all the devices on the cruise stage in order that they can be safe once the cruise stage is jettisoned.
Yeah, this cruise stage has been very reliable.
Oh.
We are firing our first pyros to vent the HRS liquid and gas.
Please.
This has been the coolant that's kept their vehicle from getting too hot on the way to Mars. We have to vent it into space.
They actually had an audio recording while the spaceship was in transit to Mars, where you can hear that heat pump, that fluid heat pump work.
The HRS vent anchor is complete.
Yes.
We will see the next anchor in approximately 3 minutes.
Ooh, this is getting intense now.
We are currently 12.5 minutes from entry interface. We are coming upon cruise stage separation in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
What's happening now, Rob?
Okay, well, we're just waiting. The rover is completely in charge. It's doing all the things we've taught it how to do. It's all built into the software. We've tested it over and over and over again. This team has spent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week testing this thing. for years, and so this is really the culmination of all that work. So this vehicle is getting ready to push that cruise stage away. Once it gets pushed away, the entry system with the rover inside, with the rover is still in charge, is going to get ready to take the vehicle, turn it to the right orientation, and aim it to Mars, and prepare for entering the atmosphere.
It's 7 minutes of terror. That's why it's called 7 minutes of terror.
This won't be long. Be prepared for this event.
We're about a minute and a half from cruise stage separation, about 11 minutes, 20 seconds from entry interface.
Oh.
Okay, so it's about 10 minutes from cruise stage separation till entering the top of the atmosphere. From then on and out, things happen
We're
fast.
switching to MFSK tones. Telemetry will have stopped.
Telecom is confirming that the spacecraft has switched to broadcasting tones. These tones are received directly from Perseverance, but have very limited information content. We won't receive real-time information until about 9-10 minutes from now, once the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter starts relaying information from Perseverance. We are under a minute from cruise stage separation, about 10.5 minutes from entry interface.
It's getting exciting. I have to admit, I am quite anxious.
Just a bit.
But very hopeful that this machine is going to do what we asked it to do.
You're seeing the heartbeat tone.
Yep.
Okay.
Heartbeat
that means
tones.
that there's no more ones and zeros coming. It's just the vehicle telling us it's still alive.
It's basically every few seconds it just says here, and that's basically it. All it does right now because it's busy. It is busy.
We're continuing to receive tones from Perseverance, standing by for cruise stage separation.
Come on. And that's the crazy thing. We don't even know if it worked. We can just... Yeah, there you go. We can now just say it should have happened. But we don't know if it did. Oh, this is not good.
We have indication that cruise stage separation has been confirmed by the spacecraft.
We're off on a good start.
In about 1 minute, Perseverance's landing software will wake up and begin the final preparations for entry. The first action it will do is to fire warm-up pulses with its entry thrusters. These pulses ensure that the spacecraft gets the thrust that it wants during entry interface. We're about 9 minutes from entry interface.
So they're warming up thrusters. I am way too nervous as well.
Now the vehicle's on its own. It's turning itself into the direction of facing the heat shield toward Mars, and will eventually hitting the top of the atmosphere. We're not far away. This is going to go very quickly from here on out.
Oh, this is something. The total darkness surrounding this.
Confirmation that we got shadowed by the cruise stage as it passed through our beam to the Earth.
Okay.
Telecom indicated actually that we could see a signal that the cruise stage went between the Perseverance entry capsule and Earth. So we saw a little blip, the data stream indicating the cruise stage separation
has occurred.
We have confirmation that the vehicle has started warming up those entry thrusters.
Yes.
Our pulses have begun.
Come on. 13 minutes.
At this point, the spacecraft is trying to stop its spin from the cruise 2 revolutions per minute down to 0, and then will turn to its desired orientation from entry. It will separate the 2 balance masses that has kept it balanced during all of cruise. This will allow the entry capsule to have lift when it enters the atmosphere. We have confirmation that the spacecraft has turned to the desired entry attitude. We are about 7.5 minutes from entry interface.
I'm just going to try to put this on.
The vehicle is pointed in the right direction.
And
thrusters are warmed up and doing their job. And now we've spun down
where'd
from
the other window go?
The 2 revolutions per minute that the vehicle had the whole way to Mars as a spin stabilized spacecraft.
Ah, that's because it was full screen.
Then
Give
from
me a
here on
second.
out, it's going to
just try to fix this.
A bullet, and it's going to control its orientation and attitude via rockets on the back of the
Put this on the other side.
Lock.
Ah, it doesn't work.
Sorry, The DTE from Radio Science from
I would
Green
love
Bank
to have
reports
this.
Carrier lock.
Yeah,
Indicator
no.
carrier from the downlink.
Flight level 1.
This only, but this is too big.
We are continuing to wait for entry interface
No.
for about 6 minutes and
this is so
45
bad. I'm just gonna
seconds
leave
from
it
entry
like this.
interface. We have confirmation from
One more second.
Greenback that they are
I'll be right
receiving direct to Earth telemetry via that path.
There we
The
go.
spacecraft Perseverance is currently transmitting heartbeat tones. These tones indicate that Perseverance is operating normally and has nothing significant to report.
I'm gonna refresh this page for a second. Give me a
Just a
second. So we're actually absolutely live here. There we go. I'm just gonna split screen view
Now
this
we
or
wait.
something. I wanted to have this on one side and the other one on the other side, but this kind of didn't work the way I could do like this.
As soon as we get to the top of the atmosphere, it'll be very
like
quickly,
this.
which is the entry point. It won't be very long before the atmosphere
So
will
I
start
think
getting
that's a good
thicker and
idea.
thicker. It's
Let's
going
try
very
something
quickly
here.
at
Give me a
a
second.
fairly steep angle of 15 degrees into the atmosphere. And as it starts to slow
We're
down,
just under, we're about
Put
5.5
this
minutes from entry interface. We're still receiving heartbeat tones. We expect to continue receiving heartbeat tones until about 5 minutes after entry. At that time, Perseverance will be no longer in view of our antennas here on Earth. About 90 seconds prior to entry, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should begin receiving telemetry from Perseverance and streaming it to Earth in near real time. There are a few expected short outages, such as when we have a plasma blackout or when we enter the peak heating phase. Aside from these outages caused by the plasma blackout, antenna switching, or high dynamic events, spacecraft events, we should have telemetry until about 90 seconds after landing. A plasma blackout is when the signal from Perseverance isn't strong enough to make it through the superheated, super fast air flowing around the spacecraft all the way down to Earth. Once the temperature drops below that peak heating, we do reacquire the signal from Perseverance. We are currently about 4.5 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance continues to report heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
okay. What we're looking for now is Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should be in view soon of our vehicle and be able to listen to ones and zeros coming from a separate radio that's really designed to talk between spacecraft.
MRO reports the electro radio is powered on, ready to receive signals from the lander.
Okay. MRO is ready and able and waiting to hear from our rover.
Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has reported that it's ready to receive the signals from Perseverance. It should be in a few minutes here. We're just
Flight level 1
from entry interface.
We don't need these ones and zeros, as Swati said, but to land safely, but we really need it for our own health and well-being today to keep our nerves under control. But
around this time, a second spacecraft, Maven, should begin picking up telemetry from Perseverance and will continue to record that telemetry until several minutes post-landing. We won't get that data for several hours after landing as it's being recorded and then will be forwarded to Earth later. We are continuing to receive heartbeat tones, indicating that everything is nominal. We're currently at about 3 minutes until entry interface.
Okay.
All right, I'm working here a little bit to make this a little bit better.
Very soon we'll be getting ones and zeros, I hope, from our radio on the rover.
Make this a little bit bigger at least. No, it's not perfect either. Can move it down here, but that doesn't really.
The entry interface is nothing more than just an arbitrary place in the sky that we've defined to be above the atmosphere. But from that point on, there's definitely atmosphere, and above it there isn't.
We are 2 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance is to transmit heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
Half screen, yeah.
So the tones can tell us whether something is bad or not is happening. So far the heartbeat.
So we have the audio from NASA.
So the vehicle thinks it's happening.
And the animation
in good shape to land, which is a great sign.
Where's the countdown? The countdown's right here.
We're just under 2 minutes from entry interface. As it gets closer to Mars, Perseverance is actually being pulled in by gravity and accelerating. By the time Perseverance reaches entry interface point, she should be going just under 5.4 kilometers per second. We're at about 90 seconds from entry interface and standing by for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to pick up the telemetry.
That should be correct. Wait. No, not like this, but like this.
We are 1 minute from entry interface.
Yeah, I'm here too. Give me a second. I am right here. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm trying to manage all the different signals that NASA is giving out here to make it the best show for everybody.
MROs are in receive mode.
We have confirmation
on the fly
that
editing.
the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is now relaying data from Perseverance. We're about 30 seconds from entry interface. Perseverance is going about 5.2 kilometers per second and is about 190 kilometers altitude above the surface of Mars.
Confirm UHF data flow.
That is amazing. It's just amazing.
Seconds from entry interface. 5.3 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 150 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Here comes the landing site. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Here
We have
comes Jezero
confirmation
Crater.
of entry interface. Perseverance is currently going 5.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 120 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Can I make this bigger? I can.
The spacecraft is now waiting until it begins feeling the atmosphere of Mars slow it down. Once there is enough atmosphere, it will start controlling its path to the landing target.
Oh, I'm sweating as well. This is too much.
Navigation is also confirming that we can see a little bit of that slowdown of the atmosphere on the Perseverance entry capsule. Our current velocity is about 5.36 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 67 kilometers from the surface.
We are probably seeing MRO plasma blackout at this point.
Oh, here comes the high detail map. That's where it's supposed to go down.
MRO has lost lock.
Perseverance. We have indications that Perseverance is now performing bank reversals in the atmosphere. These are the steps in order to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance has just passed through the point of maximum deceleration and has indicated that it felt approximately 10 Earth Gs of deceleration.
Wow.
MRO has lock again.
Come on, Percy, you can do this.
We saw a small outage of the UHF telemetry from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter during that peak heating phase, likely caused by the plasma blackout. Perseverance is still continuing to perform bank reversals in the atmosphere to control its distance to the landing target.
Now comes the... Oh, this is so... I'm never going to do a live stream on a Mars rover landing again. This is too much. I can't take it. Oh, thanks everybody for
about 1
watching with us.
per second at an altitude of about 16 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have entered heading alignment, which means Perseverance is no longer trying to control the distance to Mars, but to the target on Mars, but instead is flying straight to the target.
Ooh.
Parachute.
Oh, come on, come on. We got a parachute. We got a parachute. And that's where it's supposed to go down. And we'll know in 11 minutes if it actually deployed.
Our current velocity is about 550 meters per second at an altitude of about 15 kilometers from the surface.
Nice. Look at that.
MRO's reporting good telemetry log.
Come on.
We are coming upon the straighten up. We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
Yes, yes, yes.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed, and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Come on. Oh, this is good. Yes! Come on, Percy.
Perseverance has now slowed to subsonic speeds, and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Come on, 2 seconds. 1 second. Backshell separation.
Yes, yes, yes.
Perseverance
What?
now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface.
Let me just real
Perseverance
quick.
is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers. We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation. We have timing of the landing engines. Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the backshell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about 1 kilometer off the surface of Mars.
Come on.
TRN Safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars.
Come on.
We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
We've lost direct-to-earth tones.
As expected. As expected.
Sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
Why is everybody cheering?
At this point, the descent stage has flown away to safety.
Give me a second. I have to turn this down.
Transmit direct through Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to Earth.
It has landed! Did it land? Woo! Percy is on Mars. Oh my God, fits really well. Oh.
Reports they're still getting telemetry from the lander.
It did it. It actually did it.
All stations.
We got it.
Touchdown confirmed. We're going to wait for the images.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is
Let's
so
wait
exciting.
for the images. This is
The team
amazing.
beside themselves. It's so surreal. Stay tuned. We might get some pictures.
Great.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be stay tuned. Oh, I don't remember Curiosity being such a nerve-wracking experience.
So much has been riding on this.
This is just straight out bonkers.
We just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars.
Unbelievable.
Flight, we have seen the completion of EDL 3000.
Oh, this is so beautiful. Thank you everybody for watching together with us. This is once in a lifetime thing. Absolutely amazing. They actually did it again.
Emerald is still seeing a strong signal from the lander.
Yeah, nice. 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 Yes. This is amazing. It's just really, really nice.
We have just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars. Congratulations to the mission. And looks like we have some more news in. It looks like we're getting the first
image. There you go. That was small. Make it bigger. Come on. We're at Jezero Crater.
I have the target point on the map when you are ready. We are ready, OL3. Go for it.
Come on, show it big. Show it big. Make it big. I think it's here. I think it's this little green blip that you were able to see. Make it full screen. Ah, this is awesome.
Flight, I'll be moving in, showing you the safe zone that we've landed in.
Awesome. Amazing. But if it was able...
Just put the first image from Perseverance on the surface of Mars. Now, it comes from the engineering cameras, known as the hazard camera. This camera is mainly used to help the rover drive safely around Mars, and we will get higher resolution photos later in the day.
Later in the day, okay. Wow, amazing. Wow! That is a picture from Mars and it just landed there. That is so great. That is the 21st century. That is, it's just amazing that we can do this. And with SpaceX, this is going to be a massive undertaking if they actually manage to land starships on Mars. This is good stuff, everybody. This is absolutely amazing. I'm so happy right now.
Stand by for Steve.
They just actually pulled it off. And in that difficult time as well. It's amazing. It's really, really good. Yes. So good. Give me a second, my daughter is here. Ja. Nein, ich kann jetzt keine Witze hören, Helena. Ich bin immer noch am Stream. Hab dich lieb. She wanted to tell me a joke.
Image in. Our second image is in.
Okay, these we have a camera in the front and out.
That looks like a perfect spot to land.
They're near the ground, so these are pretty close. You can see the wheels there. And they're a little dirty because we've got glass covers over these cameras, but we took these seconds after landing, so there's still dust in the air from our landing event.
Wow!
So this is happening. This happened just seconds ago. Just arrived.
Wow!
And this is really amazing.
It's just incredible.
We even know where we landed. This is the most amazing thing. The vehicle has told us where it's landed because it figured it out. You know, this is a sign. NASA works. NASA works. And when we put our arms together and our hands together and our brains together, we can succeed. This is what NASA does. This is what we can do as a country. On all of the problems we have, we need to work together to do these kinds of things and make success happen.
All right, just a second here. The question comes up over and over and over again. You've just seen 2 pictures of the rover freshly landed on Mars, and that's all we're going to get for now because the rover is busy setting up stuff, doing tests, orienting itself, and so on and so forth. So the video feed of the landing will be later.
Amazing day.
And how does it feel to have another rover on Mars?
It's amazing. To have Perseverance join Curiosity on Mars, and just a credit to the team. I mean, just what an amazing team to work through all the adversity that goes and all the challenges that go with landing a rover on Mars, plus the challenges of COVID, and just an amazing accomplishment.
And what does this mean for NASA and its future plans?
So for robotic exploration, every time we execute a mission with new instruments, we discover new things and things we never thought we would discover. So that always informs our future robotic missions, both landers, rovers, and orbiters. This mission also has technology on it. One of the cool things is the Ingenuity helicopter. It's an experiment on this mission. But if it's successful, we can use it as an science observation platform by putting instruments on it, and also use it as a scout for future rover missions. And then just the entry, descent, and landing capability. It'll allow us to land more larger, more ambitious robots on the surface of Mars. And then for human exploration, we have the Mars Entry, Descent, and Landing Instrumentation, which is going to give us EDL information. We have the Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. It's going to give us size and properties of dust particles, because when we send people, we're going to have to deal with that dust. This is just an incredible mission because of the science and the technology, and then caching samples for a Mars sample return mission. That will be an amazing mission, the first round trip to Mars and back, and bringing those samples cached by Perseverance back to Earth to examine with state-of-the-art equipment in our laboratories here on Earth.
We have so much to look forward to. And we also have a student question coming in from Landon.
All right, I'm going to turn this down real quick, just a little bit. It's just amazing what NASA just did there. They have landed another Curiosity-size rover on Mars. Perseverance is down on the ground. The sky crane performed the terrain relative navigation, did its job, and they landed in the most difficult landing zone ever in the history of Mars exploration. So this is hands down an absolutely fantastic job by NASA. It's just amazing. And like I said, the full recording of the descent, the rover and so the spacecraft itself did a full recording of everything it went through while landing on Mars. So we're going to see the parachute deploy, we're going to see the sky crane work, all the stuff we've never seen before. So, but that is not going to happen today. That is footage that is going to come in the next few days. I was actually amazed that we saw 2 pictures right away after the landing. So let's just continue here for a moment. I just wanted to bring that out.
To support human missions to Mars.
Hype train
Thanks
all the way.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Steve.
Thank you.
And now that Perseverance has safely touched down on Mars, let's learn more about what's in store for the rover. Joining us now is Surface Mission Manager Jessica Samuels. Jessica, your surface operations team has now taken over. What are they doing now?
Yes. Hi, Raquel. We are so excited here in the Surface Mission Support area.
It's just amazing.
The team will do a handover with the Entry, Descent, and Landing team and pass any critical information. And then this team behind us will be the team that does the health and safety assessments daily as we progress on this mission.
And what do the upcoming weeks look like for your team?
So as we enter Mars time now, the commanding team will be working overnight while the rover is asleep so that we can perform the initial checkouts of our key rover functions and our science instruments. And we have to do this all in time for the regularly scheduled communication pass, which happens in the morning. And so we will be working around the clock, making sure that Perseverance is healthy, and we will begin this exciting adventure.
And can you tell me, what's it like living on Mars time?
It's a little bit like constantly, flying and changing your time zone. The rover, on Earth, the rover wakes up at the same time every day, but on Earth, that's 40 minutes later. So the team is going to be shifting our work schedule by 40 minutes as we come into work over the next few weeks. So it'll be exciting and some late nights, but we're also excited and we can't wait.
It's a whole new lifestyle.
Yes.
We also have a student question for you. This is Sophia's video.
Hi, my name is Sofia Lopez, and my question for NASA is, how's Perseverance gonna survive? And here's a drawing that I made from Perseverance thinking about Earth. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Sophia, Perseverance survives with a power source that charges its batteries overnight while it sleeps, and it keeps heaters on so that all of our critical electronics can stay warm, as well as our mechanism. But it's really survived by the team that performs the health and safety assessments every day and communicates with the rover and makes sure that she's doing okay.
Well, thanks for your time, Jessica, and good luck living on Mars time.
Thank you. Should be fun.
Let's head back to Marina as she gives us a sneak peek into the future at JPL.
Nice.
Thanks so much, Raquel. It's definitely bustling behind me. It's not quiet like it was just 20 minutes ago. And congrats to the whole team. What an amazing accomplishment. Mike Watkins is the director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He was the mission manager during the Curiosity rover landing on Mars. Welcome, Mike.
Oh, thanks. Glad to be here. You can see all my mask markings on.
Well, you were just celebrating, and rightly so. Now, you've been around for a number of Mars landings. What makes this one special?
Well, two things. I mean, it's the biggest and best rover we've ever sent to Mars, and it can really, do amazing things in terms of, its own scientific exploration of this habitable environment, at Jezero. But, it's also, as you've heard today, it's the first step in Mars sample return. So really, it's not only doing its own mission, it's setting us up for a series of missions and to bring those samples back. And, a lot of the effort to develop the rover was specifically designed, for that sampling and caching system. It's one of the most complex robotic systems ever made.
Yeah.
And having it down safely means Mars sample return continues right on course, and we are moving forward.
Wonderful. Now, JPL has a long history with robotic space exploration. Why do you think it's so important to continue to push those boundaries?
There's a lot of reasons. I mean, obviously, for places that are far away, like Mars, and even farther away, like Europa.
I'm going to mute him for just a short second. I am going to, even after NASA has finished their broadcast, I'm going to be streaming at least for a little bit, because we all want to reflect on what just happened. I'm just going to let them talk here for 5 minutes, and I will be right back. I'll leave you with my be right back animation.
And we start by sending, our eyes and arms there in the form of a robot. And it is just fantastic to be able to do that and to learn from each rover, learn from the science and the engineering, and make the next one better and make more and more discoveries. And every time we do one of these missions, we make fabulous discoveries. And each one is more exciting than the last.
The future does look exciting. Now, as director of JPL, what would you like to say to those teams right now celebrating?
Oh, obviously they have earned it. Let me tell you. I mean, they have worked, for years and years on this mission. And then in the past year, of course, we had the COVID experience. And I want to thank not only the team, but also, all of JPL. A lot of folks had to pitch in here, in terms of making sure our remote telework, our IT systems were good enough to support folks working from home. All of the folks looking at PPE and our safe distancing and reconfiguring facilities to make them safe for the employees. It's just an incredible amount of work by the entire lab, and of course, especially by this team. And and in one sense, the 7 minutes of terror are very exciting. But on the other hand, the mission's just started, right? We built the mission, not to land, but actually to drive and get the samples and do other technology, demonstrations. And so, for much of the team, this part of the mission's over, but for most of the team, the mission's really just starting. And so, I think they're very excited, but, everybody, I think, can take a deep breath and a sigh of relief now that we are safely down on the surface.
Yes, that collective sigh of relief, and I hear a lot of excitement and celebration behind me as well. So thanks so much for joining me, Mike.
It's my pleasure, and thanks to everyone for joining us, too.
Congrats again to the Mars 2020 Perseverance team for a successful landing. Back to you, Raquel.
Now, there will be a flight test coming up for the Ingenuity Mars helicopter, and if this technology experiment is successful, it would mark the first time we have taken a power-controlled flight on another planet.
Sometimes you have to do something just to show that you can do it. When the Wright brothers flew for the first time, they flew an experimental aircraft. And in the same way, the Mars helicopter is designed to show that we can fly powered helicopter flight in the Martian atmosphere.
From day one, this was the unwavering dream of our team, to get our helicopter launched to Mars so that we can get that opportunity to do that very first rotorcraft flight test in the actual environment of Mars. It's extremely difficult to fly at Mars because the atmosphere is so thin. Compared to Earth, at Mars it's less than 1%. So the first and foremost challenge is to make a vehicle that's light enough to be lifted. And then the second is to generate lift. The rotor system has just been very fast. 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 2,600. We're spinning between 2,000 and 3,000 revolutions per minute, and it takes a lot of energy. So it's that balance of a very light system, yet having enough energy that's needed to, spin the rotor so fast to lift, and on top of it, having to design in the autonomy.
It has to be fully autonomous from the time it takes off to the time it lands. What we do on the ground is we plan the flights, and so we determine from here where we want the helicopter to go.
Our experiment window is 30 Martian days. So we have planned up to 5 flights of incremental difficulty.
The very first flight, the main thing is we want to get the legs off the ground, and so we will basically go up about 3 meters, and we'll hover there, and then we'll come down again, and that will be the first, really major milestone.
Most of our flights will be at the 3 to 5 meter height. We will be going horizontally again at a few meters per second, probably go out, 50, 70 meters and come back. In successive flights, we'll probably push that further, try to go further. So our priority will be to get back engineering telemetry and not so much images, but I'm sure we'll return a few, because they'll always look cool.
At this point, we've tested all we can on Earth. We have mathematical models that shows how it will fly at Mars, and we've tested it in the simulated environment that we can create on Earth. It really is time.
Woohoo! I'm back. I'm sorry. I just had to scream. The village is awake now that I live in. Oh boy, that was fun. There are still 12,000 people watching here right now. So let's make the time count. And did they actually say anything exciting while I was gone? Or give me a second.
Can't wait.
Oh wow,
What's
that was
really
good.
most important is everything we're learning here is for the future rotorcraft systems that we want to introduce into space exploration.
Ah, NASA all the way. Beautiful job.
Mimi Ong is the project manager for Ingenuity. She joins us now as they await a chance to check out their helicopter in the coming days.
Amazing.
Welcome, Mimi.
Thank you, Marina.
Oh my goodness, we've been talking about this for months, Mimi. Did you ever think you'd be here at this point? I mean, what's going on in your head right now?
This is super exciting. We have been working on Mars helicopter for over 6 years, testing and carefully designing it for operation at Mars. So what's going through my mind? Ingenuity Mars helicopter is finally at the destination that it is designed for.
Now that Ingenuity is on Mars, what is the timeline you hope to accomplish as you move forward?
We have a series of major milestones between now and Ingenuity's first flight. So tomorrow we'll turn on the helicopter and its base station to confirm health after experiencing the dynamics through the EDL just now. And the next major milestone will be when the rover deploys the helicopter to the surface. And that marks the first moment that Ingenuity operates on its own in a standalone manner. And surviving that first cold, frigid night of Mars will be a major milestone. We'll execute a series of checkouts, and then we will perform that very important first flight. And if the first flight is successful, we have up to 4 more flights in the 30 Martian days that we have set aside for our flight experiments.
Amazing.
And that's when you finally can breathe, right, Mimi?
They're going to fly a drone on Mars.
To have that aerial dimension to space exploration.
A helicopter flying far ahead of rovers and astronauts in the future can provide high-definition reconnaissance information for the rovers and the astronauts before they take the long journeys. And as importantly, being able to fly will enable us to get to places that we cannot get to with rovers and astronauts, like sites of steep cliffs, deep inside crevices, areas of high scientific interest. It will be game-changing.
Yep.
Game-changing is right, and we've talked about this a lot. You've mentioned the risk is huge, Mimi, but the reward is high. What will be your greatest reward?
You know, our team started with the question of whether a helicopter can fly at Mars, given the extremely thin environment. And we systematically demonstrated a series of technical steps. We demonstrated lift first, and then we demonstrated lift and the first ever powered control rotorcraft flight in simulated Mars atmospheric density. And then we went on to build the full-up helicopter that can not only fly, but operate and survive autonomously at Mars, all under 1.8 kilograms, about 4 pounds. And each of these major milestones have been a first. And the success at each of these has been so rewarding. And along the way, the rewards just kept coming. And I have to tell you, at this moment, it's going up exponentially. So after all these tests, analysis, simulations, and more tests on Earth, our team now gets a chance to test, prove, and learn how it works in the actual environment of Mars.
Oh, nice. I just see that the chat is being flooded by some sort of bot. Sorry about that. Moderators are working like crazy, as I can see.
Instagram for you. At Not Vibhuti asks, is the helicopter going to be doing science?
Well, the helicopter Ingenuity is a technology demonstration, and we are demonstrating the ability to fly and learning how to fly for the very, very first time. And so this is a technology demonstration and a pathfinder for future larger rotorcraft, future missions that will carry much larger instruments. So on this mission, we're not doing any science. We're concentrating on engineering data. How did the vehicle perform? And as you saw Bob Belram in the video before, we will be taking a few first ever color pictures from the flying aerial vantage point, but they'll be icing on the cake. For this one, this is all about engineering data and how do we fly compared to all our tests we have done on Earth.
Mimi, so much for your team and the future generations of scientists and engineers to look forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mimi, and good luck to your team with that first test flight.
Thank you so much.
Now, we look forward to the Perseverance rover and Ingenuity helicopter beginning their journeys on Mars as their adventures are just about to start.
100%.
Go Perseverance and go Ingenuity. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Landing on Mars is never easy, but this team has persevered, and NASA's 5th rover is on the red planet. You can still hear them buzzing in the back right now. And to get the latest updates on Perseverance as it explores Mars, follow at NASA Persevere on Facebook and Twitter. I'd like to thank everyone watching for joining us today. And to the students and teachers tuning in, We hope you learned a lot from today's landing, and thank you for all your questions. We have a news briefing coming up at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. That briefing will wrap up the day and include reactions from Perseverance team members. We'll leave you now with some of the landing celebration photos you've shared with us, set to Youngblood's cover of David Bowie's Life on Mars. I'm Raquel Villanueva. Thanks for watching.
Very nice, Raquel. All right, I'm going to turn the music down into the background a little bit here and go to full screen again. Wow, that was something. Give me a second. The clock is still there. That is kind of there it is. Okay. That was absolutely amazing. It is stunning to me what the space industry is capable of doing nowadays. And what I was telling my wife when I went downstairs for 5 minutes. Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, I have to turn the music down because it's copyright infringement, as my moderators just told me, because I don't have the copyright to David Bowie. So imagine how excited we were today with the rover landing on Mars, and how hyped we were, and how we couldn't stand. I mean, you've seen me plenty of times do this. That is just because I'm like, oh my goodness, what's happening here? Imagine that happening, if it actually happens, with a Starship on final approach with people inside of it. That will be the day that I die. I don't even know how I can possibly go through such a live stream. That would be so extremely exciting and nerve-wracking that it's... and it's all the kind of stuff we're in for if SpaceX actually succeeds. It's just incredible to imagine what kind of things we'll be able to achieve with such an amount of payload being delivered to Mars. Yeah, it's amazing times that we live in, and it's fantastic that everybody joined tonight again. I'm so happy about this. Every time I in the morning I get up and I know that I'm going to do one of these live streams again, and I'm all excited and happy about this. Being a part of the space community is the best thing that ever happened to me, and so I'm really, really happy that I was able to bring you this live stream tonight again. It's just I don't even know how I can do this again. I still need an editor, and my wife told me that we have had 29 people applying for a position as an editor because of tonight's stream. So we'll have plenty of work to do to sift through all these applications. And you'll of course I'll keep everybody in the loop how it is going, and thank you everybody for all the support you've given us tonight. I have plenty of super chats to still shout out, and I'll definitely at least do a few of them. So let's and if you have any more questions, if you have a tweet that you still want to have shown in the corner, here is the hashtag, tweet with it, and it'll be shown right up there. Like the stream. That is really, really important for us content creators, because it shows the algorithm that you actually enjoyed watching this, and so it's the best thank you that you can give, and it's completely for free. Become a member and join us on our Discord for launch parties that we have all the time when we do these live streams, and so on and so forth, and I'm on there as well every day, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let me do some more of these absolutely awesome super chats that we got over the course of much more than 7 minutes of terror. Gregory Lewis, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for the landing coverage. All the best, Felix, on your journey to the United States. Thank you so much. Well, I actually want to show this real quick. Give me a second. This is actually pretty cool. Those are the pictures that came in. Give me a second. There we go. I'm just going to freeze it here. That is really nice. It's absolutely stunning to see that we can just do this, that we can just send something to Mars and get pictures back right away, and it's going to cruise on Mars for the next 10 years and do its job. It's fantastic. So all you CGI people and flat earthers. It's their pictures from Mars. There you go. It's just amazing. So Gregory, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Ken Ju, thank you very much for the super chat, for being a good dad and not just yelling at her to go away. I would never do that. Helena loves to be in front of the camera. She's going to be a YouTuber later. I'm pretty sure about that. When I was setting up the live stream tonight, there's lots of preparation going on before I actually push that go live button. There's a lot of stuff I got to do. Set up the studio, set up the lights, and get the camera balanced and all that kind of stuff to make it actually look good. And Helena was completely following every step I did, standing in front of the camera saying, maybe you could make that light a little bit brighter, or this one, or here, and can you see me when I wave? And stuff like that. So she loves everything going on in the studio. The most, actually, of all the 3 kids I have. She's very, very interested. Jeffrey Martin, thank you very much for the super chat. What % chance of success do you predict? 100. There we go. Chris Brown, thank you very much for the super chat. NASA are now doing a polling check of all systems. Yeah, okay, so these are the super chats that you gave a long time ago, and I'm so sorry. I was so excited. So everything went fine, and it's just amazing. Hazer Corp, thank you very much for the super chat. Let's go Perseverance and Ingenuity. Let's stop, hopefully. Can't wait to see the onboard camera footage of the descent. Good luck on the Florida move. On the Florida move too. So the landing footage will come in the next few days, and it's going to be incredible to see that for the first time. I can't wait, and you can be very, very sure that it'll be part of an upcoming episode on What About It. Tessat, thank you very much for the super chat. Super Arbeit von dir, mach weiter so. Grüße Felix. So great job. Keep on doing what you do. Greetings. Thank you. Your mom. Thank you for joining tonight. And thank you for the super chat. Nilpferd mit Sternen in den Augen, das die zur Faust geballten Hände mit dem Wort Hype genial in die Luft streckt. Okay. Thank you very much. Chris Tuttle, thank you very much for the super chat. That was so precious. Chris Brown, thank you very much for the super chat. Felix, your daughter may have she was a star tonight, wasn't she? Your daughter may have the chance to go to Mars, to other planets, because her dad is good at what he does online for thousands of people. All 3 of our kids are very, very interested in science, in anything. They love, do you know the channel Kurzgesagt? In a nutshell, they love all that kind of stuff. They love watching documentaries also about space. They are very, very interested, and if we do the right things, they all have the chance to go to Mars. It's amazing. Doomlord, thank you very much for the super chat. The speed on the rover is going up on the NASA Eyes website. Oh, seriously? Give me a second. I'm still in the flight phase here, and it's give me a second. I have to look this up. Give me a second. I need a link for that again, because it's I can't find it on the website itself. That's curiosity. If you can provide me with a link, I'd even put it full screen. Mark Wandry. I'm going to put myself to full screen again here. Mark Wandry, thank you very much for the super chat. Hey Felix, been following you since the beginning, since the dark ages. You rock. I'd say 98% chance of success. So let's dig right in. Exactly. Yeah. Before the landing, I said 95%, I think, and that it was a proven system, and NASA just rocked this thing. It's just incredible. Fantastic job from the team. Vitpesenka, thank you very much for the super chat. Jezero Crater is a Czech name. There you go. The J is pronounced like Y in yacht. Jezero in Czech means lake. Exactly. So Jezero. Jezero crater. Jezero. Not Jezero, but Jezero. There you go. Thank you very much. Vincent Freeman, thank you very much for the super chat. We seem to be spending lots of time together. Hype, also go cheese. Very nice. Thank you very much for joining in again. Christoph Havenga, thank you very much for the super chat. Within 10 years, we might have a moon base, start with a Mars base, and imagine the implications of this rover's mission. Exactly. That's a nice picture. Oh, this side, very nice. Let's just hope, cross our fingers, that SpaceX actually succeeds with the Starship program, because that will be needed if we want to do anything serious on Mars or on the Moon, because it needs a lot of payload. And in my opinion, the next mission where somebody actually leaves a footprint somewhere, it shouldn't be just about taking science samples. It should be about staying there and building infrastructure, and that would be Starship. So fingers crossed for Starship. There you go, the little blue man. First picture. Very nice. Let's hope that SpaceX succeeds so that we can leave the rover phase, which is absolutely incredible. I don't want to say that, but that we can actually leave it and send those rovers some support from actual humans. That would be really, really cool. Darth Vedder, thank you very much for the super chat. Jeff James, yo Felix, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Owen Morgan, thank you very much for the super chat. Just want to say how awesome it is to see so many women involved. More women in STEM is important. Even recently, my Eng degree junior only had 4 women out of over 100. So this is great STEM advertising. I have to agree. It's amazing to see that more and more women work in these kinds of positions. And in my opinion, I was raised in my dad left us at an early age. It's just a typical story. So I was raised by my mom with my sister in the household, and for me it never was a question if women should have the same rights or not. I don't think that should be connected to gender at all. So I 100% agree. Omni Self, thank you very much for the super chat. Can't wait. It's done. Joe Blow, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks, Felix. And Mods Nightbot is everywhere. Go Percy. There you go. Christoph Havenga. I followed that animation all the way to landing yesterday. Really cool. Yep, absolutely. I have some Das Zitrone. Thank you very much for the super chat. I have some Apollo flashbacks with this orbiter. Okay, yeah, it's very, very exciting. Jose Alanis, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for being so involved. I also need some t-shirts. Please send a link. You rock. So there's the link. We have a merch store where I'd say about 50% of the designs are made by myself, and the other 50% or so are made by all sorts of people, including our current editor, who does a fantastic job with t-shirt designs. And the reason why the store is so big already, because normally on a YouTube channel you'll find like 4 or 5 designs and that's it. But I am a huge fan of merchandise. I was wearing my SpaceX zipper jacket when I went downstairs just now, and so merchandise was always very close to my heart, and that's why we have made that store so big, because I love to have merch myself, and there's plenty of people out there who like that too. So there you go, have fun digging in. Ole Kapustkin, thank you very much for the super chat. Do they have FAA approval for landing? It seems they did. Otherwise, we'll see pictures of an FAA agent inspecting the landing site or something. Christoph Havenga, thank you very much for the super chat. Go NASA, EDL, JPL, Y, Space Community. Exactly. That should be pinned somewhere. Thank you very much. Commander Diesel Demon, thank you very much for the super chat. Great stream. Keep up the good work. Became a member, but never got the link to Discord. Okay, so if you become a member here on YouTube, you have to go into the Discord app, and in that Discord app, you have to, in your account settings, you have to link your YouTube account so that Discord knows that you are the user of that YouTube account that you became a member with, and then the What About It server appears. It's super simple. Just go into the account settings, link your YouTube account in there, and the What About It server just appears, and you can enter, and everything's set up and ready for you. If you do that through Patreon, you have to, on the Patreon website, same thing, but just on the Patreon website, go to your account settings, and then there link your Discord account. And you're all set up, and the server appears, and you can join the party. So that's how that works. There's also a video on the Patreon website that you can, it's a tutorial I made, I think 1.5 years ago, so don't look at the quality, but it says everything that needs to be said about how to join the Discord server. Lyubomir Slavilov, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Your time is the proper time. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I had a discussion with a few team members before I started the stream. I showed them my timeline, and some people said the timeline was off, and then I changed it all, and then in the end it must have been right. So we'll next time a rover lands, we'll try to get that better, but we got it sorted out. So thank you for staying tuned with us, I guess. Chris1776, thank you very much for the super chat. Please hit that like button. Exactly, it's really important. Whenever you watch something on YouTube that you like, not just from me, and you enjoyed your time watching it, press the like button. It is really important. It's not just a thank you to the creator. It's also a feedback to the algorithm that you liked what you watched, because the algorithm can't see your smile while you're watching the video. So that is your smile while you're watching the videos. Press the like buttons wherever you can to support the creators. It's really, really important because it gives us more impressions. The more the algorithm knows that you liked what you saw, the more the video will be shown. So that is really, really important. It's not just a thank you to the creators. And if you want to dislike it, close your browser, breathe into a paper bag, and leave the room. MJ Green, thank you very much for the super chat. Hype. Doomlord, thank you very much for the super chat. My Mars rover on the NASA ice has crashed into the planet. Oh no, the real one made it. Oh, that's a nasty alien mask. First step toward getting home. There you go, David. Thanks for sending it in. Johnny Self, thank you so much for the generous donation. That is much appreciated. MF, thank you so much for the super chat. Gregory Lewis, thank you so much. That is absolutely fantastic. Very, very nice. Miko Liuko, hey, thank you for the super chat. Hey, what kind of engines are in that tiny helicopter? I will learn to play live on Mars with guitar for that awesome helicopter. I think it's brushless motors. It's just electric motors. It's battery driven. It has a solar cell on top that can recharge the batteries, and also, but the problem is, as one of the moderators on the NASA stream said, the biggest danger for that rover actually is not flying, but cold. At night on Mars, it gets really, really cold, and for such a small CubeSat-like thing, it is really hard to stay warm on the inside because electronics don't like to be frozen. So it actually uses a lot of the energy it gains through that little batch of solar cells to charge its battery for the heating system. So that's a big challenge for such a small amount of hardware. It weighs 1.5 kilograms. That's basically nothing, and you have to fit everything into that. But since it's a demonstrator, it doesn't have to do many tasks. Lyubomir Slavilov, thank you very much for the super chat. Imagine you receive a tweet from one of the astronauts with the hashtag "we landed 7 minutes beforehand." Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that is going to happen. And it's amazing. I'm looking forward to it. I'm so looking forward to also live broadcasts from astronauts being in transit to Mars and stuff like that. Is actually, if SpaceX succeeds with the Starship, that is stuff we can look forward to, and it would be the most amazing thing in human history, in my opinion. Phoebe, thank you very much for the super chat. Greetings from Bochum, and thanks for keeping me alive during university. You're welcome. You started my passion for this, and it makes my life so much better. So you're very welcome. Those are the messages that keep me going the most, because inspiring people and getting them into the space industry, I've had that message from quite a few people by now, and it shows me how much impact our work has here at What About It. and it's an honor. So thank you very much. I hope you're still on the stream and you heard this. Thank you. Bernard Seganes, will you be happy in a few years when one of your children tell you she will go to Mars for several years? I'll be crazy afraid and scared, of course, because I'm a parent and I love my children very much, but I wouldn't want to stand in the way of their goals. So if they really want to do it, my wife has told me repeatedly that she wants to really go to Mars. And that would mean I would have to miss her for at least 2.5 years or so. If somebody really wants to do it, you shouldn't stand in their way. I've had that general opinion for the better part of my life now. I've seen people being blocked by others who really, really wanted something to happen, who wanted to do something, and others talked them out of it. And I think you shouldn't do that. If it's a passion, people should be able to do it. Otherwise, Christopher Colombo would have never sailed around the ocean, or Magellan would have never done his... It's sometimes stuff is dangerous. And only passionate people do it. So if my children approach me one day and say, I want to go to Mars, and they really want to do it, and they show that they really want to do it, I would be the last person to stand in their way, to be honest. Golden Strongy, thank you very much for the super chat. Here's a super chat because I'm so happy that the landing site is named after a place in my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yep, very nice. Doesn't jezero mean lake, though? I mean, is there actually a place in Bosnia and Herzegovina that is named Jezero? That would be cool. Homunculus 666, thank you very much for the super chat. Did you see where it landed? I didn't. I know. It landed in Jezero crater, and I hope it's safe and sound, and it does its checkups now, and it'll send more pictures. I can definitely show you these again here. Those are the pictures that it already transmitted. 3 pictures we got. Probably by now you died. Probably by now we got a lot more pictures, and NASA is going to bombard us with all sorts of pictures and video in the next few days. You can be very sure about that, because that is very important for them. It is public relations and publicity work that they have to do to raise awareness, and so there's plenty of pictures and whatever coming in the next few days. You can be very sure about that. Manic Dynamic. Felix, can you say my name? Manic Dynamic. I can. There you go. Nabil Bouak, thank you very much for the super chat. Felix, I love when you share your passion about space. It gives me the chills as I share your love. I am so excited about your move to the US, but I'm sad you will miss the good beer, sausage, and pretzels. Yeah, and I'll miss it. Trust me. I'm a huge fan of German beer. I'm not a regular drinker or anything, but I love my beer now and then. And German beer is really, really good. But I've already found there are some good breweries in the United States that fit the German taste. Yingling, for example. I'm not sponsored by them, and I'm not going to show the brand name or anything, but I do like their beer. And there's a few others as well. So, and the pretzels are in the States too. I'm going to miss German Bratwurst. I really do love Bratwurst, and I've never seen a really decent one in the US. But they've got other stuff as well. I've eaten delicious burgers and steaks, and we've already found a very, very nice restaurant in Florida at the Cape that we're definitely going to go by a few times. And so on and so forth. So I'm not concerned that I'll die of hunger in the United States. That is for sure. But thank you for your concern. And it's absolutely nice that we both share that passion. And I'm happy that you were able to join the stream tonight. Charlie Hollis, do you have any idea when the first color pictures will be released? Very soon. Days. At most. NASA is going to bombard us with pictures and videos, and as soon as they can, they are going to show us the descent phase on video and the sound recordings and everything. Yeah. Perseverance is now at the most geologically interesting site a Mars rover has ever visited. Yetzero. I still can't do it, which means like, thank you very much for sending that in, and I totally agree. It's a masterpiece that they were actually able to stick that landing in that site, because it is, as plenty of people have told us on the NASA live broadcast, it is a very, very difficult landing site for modern days technology, because on Curiosity, what did he say? 15 miles long and 10 miles wide landing window. But if in that 10 to 15 miles wide stretch you have rocks and hills and cliffs, you can't land, because you cannot define the spot within. You have just that range and it'll go down somewhere in that. But if you can narrow it down to 4 by 5 miles, I think now on Perseverance, you have a real chance to land in a lot more places than before. And that's how this particular landing location was even possible. Oh, that is a lovely picture. Good night. You're very, very welcome. And this is a lovely picture. Very nice. Thank you. So yeah, there you go. The first color pictures will come in really, really quick. Don't worry about that. Marty the Trex. So, random question. Is there a chance that the heat shield can hit the rover, like sometimes happens in Kerbal Space program when the wind picks it up? Or is this not possible due to the weight of the heat shield? So, wind on Mars is a thing that is always or often misunderstood by people who don't possess all the information, which you can't blame them for. It's just takes a lot of time to research all this. Most people watch The Martian and see that storm sequence all the way in the beginning and think, oh my god, the sandstorms on Mars are really terrible and they can throw you away and pierce you. And no, the Martian atmosphere is really, really thin. 0.3% of what we have on Earth. So a Martian sandstorm actually feels like a light gust. That's it. Even though it's sand flying all over the place, it's really not. The grains are really, really tiny, and the wind is really not powerful. So the heat shield couldn't be moved by the Martian heat, by the Martian wind that much. A slight bit by turbulence, but not that much more. And it's being separated way early. That's the same thing as with the fairings and the booster landings. Those are way apart because the fairings get separated earlier and the booster then returns on a trajectory. And so it's the location that heat shield landed is far away from the rover, miles and miles and miles away. So there's no danger there. If there was, NASA would design the missions differently. If there was any chance that heat shield would bonk back into a landing rover or into one that is already on the ground, they would have designed it differently. So yeah, it's a good question though. Kerbal Space Program is not perfect in every way. Simon Hunt, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Rocket live stream, here's the community agreed successful landing bonus. If serial number 10 sticks its landing, it's going to be an expensive month. Having you in Florida is going to be awesome. Thank you so much. And serial number 10 is hopefully going to stick its landing. I'm so crossing my fingers for that. We still don't have a launch date. The recent road closures have been canceled again. There were 3 TFRs for the weekend that have been canceled again, so there's not going to be a launch this window. This weekend, launch window this weekend. That's what I wanted to say. The weather is really bad still in Texas, and it's picking up. It's getting better, but power was down for days. People have suffered down there, actually. It wasn't really nice. I've talked to plenty of people who are local down there, so it wasn't really nice what happened. And it'll take a few days until SpaceX is ready to do some more testing with serial number 10. And we're still missing the static fire, so we'll have to wait and see for that. Couldn't resist. Very nice. Thanks for sending it in. Okay. Thank you, T Plaque. Cheers, dude. Thank you very much for the super chat. Patrick Lefebvre. Thank you very much for the super chat. Lefebvre. There you go. I saved it. Thanks for your wonderful work. You're absolutely welcome. What is it? My lamp is flashing, but I don't see a message. You have to tell me. That is one of the ways my moderators communicate with me. That's a lovely picture. Watching with my mom's. So excited to share it with her. Thank you for what you do. You rock. Yeah, you rock. Thank you very much for sending in that picture. Absolutely amazing. Hi. Hi, Mike's mom. You're welcome. Oh, Jonas. Hey, Jonas. Guten Abend. Okay, done that too. Okay, so the list is empty. I was actually I think I was able to shout out all the super chats that were still on the list, and there's another one coming in. In Search of Truth. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. That is much appreciated. I think I know that avatar. What's that the symbol for? I don't remember anymore. No, the 7 minutes, Savion, the 7 minutes of terror are over, luckily. And the final result, I can show this again, was this. So NASA succeeded, the rover has landed, and they've done it again. It's amazing, and it's an amazing thing to see. So I'm going to quit the stream now because it's I've been streaming for I don't know how many hours now. Again, it's so lovely to do this with all of you, and I'm so happy to be a part of the space community. It's absolutely amazing. Stephanie Biosoleil, thank you very much for the super chat, and I butchered that name so hard. I'm sorry. This is a French name, Biosoleil. Biosoleil? I won't be able to get this right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining tonight. I had a blast, and I'm pretty sure you had too. And the hype train is going strong. Yeehaw! I'm so happy to be a part of the space community. There is not going to be an episode tomorrow, obviously, because I've been spending the whole day preparing the stream and doing the stream, and I'm going to drop dead into bed now. While the hype train is hopefully still going. I'm so happy to be a part of this. To everybody who's become a new member, I'll be seeing you on the Discord shortly. It's a tradition. I always at least jump in for another 10 or 15 minutes into the Discord and say hi to everybody and thank the awesome moderators for what they do, for what they're doing. Thank you guys. Thank you Team Y. It's incredible. All right. I'm going to switch on the end scene now. You're going to see 2 trailers again, and then you have some time to part ways and chat a little bit while you're leaving. Explorando el Espacio. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks, Felix. We have new close days for Boca Chica next week. Do we? I didn't even check that. Before I went live with the stream, we didn't. That would be awesome. Let's look that up real quick. Yeah, nice. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Fingers crossed. Static fire, and then hopefully a flight. So that would mean that I have to drop Tuesday's episode. We'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. I'll keep you updated, that's for sure. Follow me on Twitter. That is really, really worth it as well. At Felix Schlang. I'm very active there. Other than that, have a great evening, and thank you so much for joining me tonight again. It was a pleasure, and I'll be seeing you next time.
What about it? Go for launch. We're go for launch. Let's light this candle. Ignition sequence start.
Hello.
What this heralds really is a new era in spaceflight, a new era in space exploration. We're gonna go to the moon, we're gonna have a base on the moon, we're gonna send people to Mars and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about.
He's doing so many different things at the same time. It's almost impossible.
In fact, he measures pretty much every major decision by whether or not it brings the day when we have a self-sustainable colony on Mars sooner or later. Wouldn't you want to be a part of that?
Being willing to fail and then fix and then fly, test, fail, fix. It's what enables SpaceX to rapidly iterate and improve.
and SpaceX.
This is amazing! Look at it! It's horizontal. It is going down. This is it! Oh my god, this is amazing. There's the pad! Come on! Oh!
My name is Felix and I am your host for today's episode of What About It? So let's dive right into the exciting news topics.
Let's dive right in. Let's dive right in. Right in. Updates. Right in. Let's dive. Right in. Right in. Let's dive. Right in. You rock.